that. My mistake. Trying to promote myself in all the Discords and I accidentally clicked the voice channel. Oops! Alright. How's everybody doing today? Just getting around to every Discord just to say like, hey, I'm live, see if this will ever work. One more. There we go. And there we go. All right. We're all set for right now. How's everybody? Turn that off. Ah, goodness. So this is... Oh, hang on. Someone dropped me a follow and they sent me a private message saying so. Oh, thank you. Even though there are technically no viewers aside from myself. Yeah, sus. Well, thank you so much for the follow there. I like keeping that anonymous because some people don't want to let people know. Say, oh, hey, I'm following you. Other people just want to be like, yeah, I'll just quietly follow and do that. All right. I forgot to do something with my camera, so that way it's actually rolling at 60 frames per second. There we go. A little smoother, a little better. Although I'm mostly sitting here, so it doesn't matter. So this is Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. And before we get started, allow me to say that there's a lot more options in here than I usually would think. So we got your audio, we got gameplay that has vibration options, screen flashes options, subtitle options. There's a text skip option. It lets you see what the text transparency is before going into the game, which is nice. There's a wait time until the next line of dialogue is displayed in autoplay and story mode, which I'm not going to use because I like reading things aloud mostly. Hide UI elements. You can use the left and right triggers to show hide the main text window and control guides in most locations. Very nice. We can even do this. So we have text and we can play in Français, Deutsch. That's like two separate Mandarins. I think that's Common Mandarin and Simplified Mandarin. That's Korean. And I think that's Japanese. But we can do that. We're just going to leave it as English. And then I can actually change, Chinese Mandarin, Korean, German, French, English, Japanese. So it would have been Korean and then Chinese. I think, hang on, for the Deutsch, Korean, Chinese, and then the simplified Chinese. I think that's what that is. Right? That's neat. PC config, for some reason, it only allows for windowed or borderless mode, which is kind of weird. Why no full screen? Whatever. Vertical sync, anti-aliasing. Anti-aliasing. Did we really need anti-aliasing on a game that's primarily two-dimensional images? I could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. This series originally started as Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney for the Game Boy Advance of all things. And I played through that trilogy that was available on PC, and that was a very good time. There's also the Great Ace Attorney, which was another good time. Key config we're not going to use because I am using my controller. Reader, it turns on story mode in place of autoplay, allowing you to progress through the game automatically without having to press any buttons. Turns the entire game into a visual novel. It is a bit of a visual novel, but that takes, all the stuff out. Consultations. After failing to present the correct evidence a few times during a cross-examination or similar segments, you will have the option to consult your partner for hints and help. It's only available in DD and Saj. It is not available in Edge app. No, it's available in the other games that isn't Apollo. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Let's go back there. Exit the game and view the privacy policy. Yeah, let's go to the game selection here. Because we have 3 games we could choose from. There's Ace Attorney, Phoenix Wright, Dual Destiny, Spirit of Justice, and warning, this museum section contains spoilers. Gotcha! Looking away. So I can, hang on. Option, okay. Oh, this is, okay, that Set music and background, switch games, back to title. We can choose what episodes, so there's 4 of them apparently, which is pretty standard for this style of game. But yeah, I'm already intrigued by what I'm looking at. But yeah, if you have never played any of the Ace Attorney series, I actually would recommend it. This is very much a courtroom drama mystery, courtroom drama mystery game, but the, I'm trying to think how else I put it. Yeah, courtroom drama. It's got a little bit of a puzzling to it, but it's also not particularly difficult in terms of gameplay. So if you're struggling with like all the other games, but you want a decent story that has a lot of this, do that. Definitely get into this. The Great Ace Attorney is my absolute favorite of this whole series that I've played so far. It is so good. And I've already played that entirely on my own time, and it's got great music. It's got good characters. But yeah, I think we need to start with Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney, starting a new game. Back in 2007, this came out. That would have been like the Nintendo 3DS era. Episode 1, Turnabout Trump. Okay. Showdown time. Ooh. Ooh. You lose. Ah! Eek! I'm gonna do something real quick. Move my camera up to here. I think it's gonna be slightly less out of the way up here. I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. The cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Now this is a familiar look. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court. Defendant Lobby number 3. So from here, I can take a look at, with the right bumper, at the court record. So we have the attorney's badge. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. I can hit A for details. And, okay, this is definitely 3DS era. Oh, interesting. So we can zoom in with that button, zoom out with that one, reset the camera. But if I take a look at it with A, examine. There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. So 929XX3. Interesting. That might, be useful later. So that's what the button looks like. I think this originally was a 3DS game. This just has everything about it seeming like it is a 3DS game, right? Autoplay, if I hit the, it's the select button. Why exactly did they change from start to and select to these weird icons? I don't get it. It's kind of silly. But all right. Smith's autopsy report. The time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17th. Death caused by single blow to the forehead. Click A on the details. Victim names is Shady Smith. Age, I don't know. Male. Estimated time of death, April 17th, between 1:45 a.m. and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to forehead. Okay. And we get the crime photo. The sub-basement at the Borscht Bowl Club. Borscht Bowl Club. All right. So yeah, this is kind of one of the reasons why I've moved this camera over here. I might turn it off, actually, depending on if it's really blocking some stuff. But so far, it's only like a small corner. So here is where I take a look at this image to see if there's anything odd, right? Because I'm looking at it, and it just appears like there's a bottle that's there that's not broken. We have 2 aces that are there. I can't zoom in or anything on this, so that's all the evidence we have for right now, right? And if I also hit the left and right bumpers, we get to take a look at some of this. These are the biographies of other people. So we have Christoph Gavin, boss at Gavin Law Offices, a first-rate defense attorney and my trusted mentor. We have, no, my first client. Just standing in front of this guy makes me nervous. Okay, and then Shady Smith, the victim in this case, a traveler only recently back in country. Right. All of this will become important throughout the, not just this particular case, but in the entire game. That's pretty much true for all of the Ace Attorneys, is that all the evidence is going to be important eventually. But this is the first case in the first game in this particular series. The first cases are always pretty easy managed to, go through smoothly without any crazy nonsense. I have been surprised before. Great Ace Attorney had a couple twists and turns. I'm like, this first case is actually fairly involved. But the very first one and the very first Ace Attorney was pretty straightforward and easy, which is fine. Every game is someone's first game, right? You can't have it be the most confusing thing right out of the gate, right off the bat. Well, my words. It's late at night. Okay, let us continue. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it, I'm nervous. I think... Did anyone else see that icon in the upper left or upper right there? I think the game auto-saved. Good morning. Hi. Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Hello, Christoph. Wound up, sir? No. I'm loose. I'm fine. No, I'm not. That screeching noise, is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, huh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 a.m. to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. So one thing I will note about this game series is that it's relatively famous for using incredibly limited animation insanely well. Right? They have very strong poses for all of their characters, and there's only like maybe 5 frames of animation per one. The Great Ace Attorney used all 3D models, but they still retained a semblance of that very jerky motion, and it works incredibly well for that game. But here we've gone, no, not necessarily gone back to this. I think this actually is before the Great Ace Attorney in terms of when the actual games were released, but it's after Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, that trilogy in terms of timeline. It's a little odd. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. Oh. Alright, I am curious about something. If I were to move my camera back down a bit, okay. Actually, yeah, maybe I'll keep this down here. Or what I could do... Decisions. I was thinking about taking my camera and moving it off to the side for a bit, but we'll just roll it. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. So we don't even get to see him in jail first? My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants me to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. And there's the... dot. Whoa! Good, morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Medium. Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? So you're... Fine! I'm fine. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I didn't remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend. So why? You'll see. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, it's time. Shall we? Yes, sir. Well, this is going to be interesting. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice. April 20th, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 2. So I could turn on the options to turn off those things in the lower right corner, the court record history options, autoplay things. I'm going to keep those there because it's not that distracting to me. And it's also nice to know when I can hit the, what button to hit to do what. All right. Hey, Judge, looking good. The court is now in session. Oh, boy. It him. Payne. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. It's not quite the same character in all the Ace Attorneys, but in every first case, someone who looks exactly like this is the first prosecutor. And it's kind of a running gag. The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank, don't panic. Too late. I mean, look how good that pose is. His hair wilts down a little bit. Sweat is happening. There's like 10 frames of animation on that sweat. And that's it. But you don't need a whole lot more than that, right? Your name was Mr. Justice? And this is your first trial. Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine. Really. Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strange. Mr. Gavin? Yes, Your Honor. I was under the impression that you would be heading up this case. That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always see to his client's wishes. And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice. Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience. Fine. But does he have cords of steel? Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Oh! Oh, interesting. The judge knows him? Long time no see, Mr. What?! Oh, what? What? No. That was... No, okay, now that I can see it, I can't unsee it. But what? Okay, you got me, game. You got me good. Long time no see, Mr. Wright. Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened? I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne. To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney, and now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him, wham, on the head. Smack! Killed him cold. A customer at the restaurant, you say. And the defendant, you say he was the pianist for the club, it seems. Phoenix Wright. A pianist? This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Hey, localizers. Don't think for a second I don't think that's just a bottle of wine. Just FYI. We all know it. All the adults know that it's actually a bottle of wine. We just call it grape juice in front of the kids. Right? Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence. Deadly bottle added to the court record. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record. Right. I've heard of that. Use right bumper to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. All right, let's do that. So we've already taken a look at these 3. Grape juice here. So let's take a look. Any particular oddities? Not there. What do we got? Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apollo, you do not look like you're of drinking age. Apparently, it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. I wonder how well it goes with borscht. I don't know. Maybe it should be... We all know it's wine, right? Or it should be vodka. All right, zoom in with Y. Is there anything else about this bottle that seems weird? Oh, wait a second. Wait. The bottle is completely empty. All right. Nothing about the cap. All right, I'm guessing that is all I'm going to get. Okay, a completely empty bottle of wine. Right, just use right bumper. Sounds like a time for some hands-on action. So the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just, who was this, Shady Smith fellow? We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor. Traveler? According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear. And he had some sort of connection with the defendant. That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime. If they have only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing. That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. Alright, we took a look at this earlier. As we could see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime. Wait a second! Is it poker gambling? Really, Judge? Really? Yes, it's gambling. That's a crime in and of itself. Indeed. It appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal. Objection! It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. Competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Wait. Wreathed in blue flame? What do you mean by that? Come again? The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. That will be our first order of business here, then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime. My pleasure. So just FYI, this courtroom system is based more on Japan's court system rather than America's. So the defendant here telling on themselves is not something you're supposed to do. Literally, no defense lawyer in America would ever advise a defendant to preach on their behalf. Well, then again, I'm also not a lawyer, but that always seems like a really bad idea. This is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. So this is how gameplay works. Witness testimony at first. The competition. I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. You play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. Not a lot to go on. A pianist who can't play piano? Better than a defense attorney who can't defend. Oh, buddy, you're gonna get it. Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it. Are you all right? You're sweating bullets. Bullets. Where? It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too. My brain feels strained and raspy, sir. You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times, though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher? What to do? Should I ask Mr. Kevin for a refresher course in cross-examination? So, I could say no because I've done this before, but you know what? Refresher course, please. Better safe than sorry, especially this early in the game, because I haven't played The Greatest Attorney in like 6 months, 7 months. I finished that. It's a fantastic story. But yes, teach me. I know nothing. Indeed. Your job, Justice, is to be mindful of the court record and the testimony. Look for inconsistencies in the testimony with what the court record tells you. When you found an inconsistency, that's when you present the conflicting evidence from the court record with right bumper. But I didn't hear anything strange at all in that testimony just now. A good sign that you need to press the witness with left bumper for more information. Press him? Don't let the fact that he's a remarkable man hold you back. Get more information. But isn't Mr. Wright my client? Well, think you can do it? Yes, thank you, sir. I think I can do it. I think you'd better, or we're going to have a problem. Just remember, find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies? Lies? Phoenix Wright? As if. Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. The defense may begin the cross-examination. Cross-examination. The competition. So you can hardly play at all. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes when customers demand it. So I play them on one song. That's usually all they want. Was that supposed to be a boast just now? I'm loving this posing. Loving this really hard thinking posing. Right? It's so good. The title of pianist is a mask, a respectable face I wear for the world at large. But why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club? My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. So up there in the upper right corner there, you'll see this weird little bar that has like 5 segments to it. That's a number of times I can screw up in this case. Basically. If that hits 0, I lose. So let's press them on this. They pay you just to play poker. That would seem to be the case. I am a professional after all. Bah! Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine. Yes, your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston. Ho 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 ho! What? I've played poker for 7 years in that little room, and I've never lost once. What? You see why the customers come now? Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? Alright. Go to the poker table. The room replay and the competition there are the club's main attractions. He's never lost. Hold on. I'm gonna double check this real quick. So we have 2 aces and 2 aces. Never lost. Thing is, if I'm looking at this correctly, the other guy has a full house of 3 kings and 2 aces. And Phoenix Wright's hand, supposedly, is 2 aces, a 6 of something. Not entirely sure what. Because he has 2 aces, him claiming that he could never lose from this photograph is clearly a lie. So if I were to go... Nope, I need to hit the back button. I'm going to address the customers over to the poker table. Yep. Alright, let's press them on this one. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. Black market? All in the past, things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room. A smoky room, gambling hoods, you know? Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad. The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That sounds... 2 decks of cards? A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. Okay, there's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Yep, those are there. Precisely, cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. The crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other's blue. No, I'm not going to start doing Muppet Party Crew stuff. That's such an inside joke with a community I'm a part of. As I recall, in poker you make 5-card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat. Yes, a game of hands. This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently. That's right! It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Now that's strange. What's strange? I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ack! I completely let that one slip by. Don't despair yet, Justice. Sir? Right? There's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you. Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony. Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. That's all it is, a game, and our customers are happy. Alright. Never touched the murder weapon. So let me just go to... So, grape juice bottle used as a murder weapon. Bears the defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Objection! So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon. This grape juice bottle. Gotta love that achievement popping up as well. Right? So I said. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb. What's this, Mr. Payne? I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Objection! No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Oh, goodness. The characterization is so good. Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears and our case. But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Well, that's true. The prints alone don't prove he did... Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Upside down? What does that mean? It means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can be only one reason for that. Yes. To brain someone with the bottle. Ah! That face! Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse. Oh? I see no problem, Justice. Huh? The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court? I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now. Oh, what? Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case. I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported? Well, that was a defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that... Really? Yes. Well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Near the scene? Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? Ooh, more evidence! The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendants used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant. I see, and this is the phone that made the call. Wright's cell phone added to the court record. We need to examine that right away. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so choose. Court record, shut up. We need to look at this. Wow, this Nokia phone. All right, anything? No clues here. No clues here. All right. What about bottom? Nothing there. Oh, hello. Wow, the battery is being held in with a piece of tape. He should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care. Huh. Interesting. Is there like a SIM card I can interact with? Zoom out. I think that's where like the SIM card would have gone in back in the days, but yeah, the only thing that's here is like a piece of tape. That's weird. Not able to look at the buttons, not able to look at the screen. Huh. Okay. I'm not sure how that's going to help me in the long run, but we'll see. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he is being uncooperative? Ugh. Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I'd better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being. Toyed? I assure you no one is more serious about... What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How could you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness. You're as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready? Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand. Alright, who do we got? The witness will state her name and profession. Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness? Go ask a bunch of guardians I killed. No, I'm not going to bring a Destiny 2 to this. Oh, goodness. Well, she's hiding very well. I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. That's hair, genius. So I use a little hair gel. Relax, people. Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off. You are sure? I swear it on my gavel. Please, come out. Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor? Well, if you are sure it is okay. Now, the prosecution... Oh, wait a minute! Oh, she just committed a big old federal crime with that. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia? Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade. And that would be... My name is Olga Orley. I am employed as waitress in Borscht Bowl Club restaurant. Then, why the camera? Of course it is my pride to serve borscht that is naming restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service. Oh no. Really? 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 Are we trying to insinuate this? Technically, the Ace Attorney games aren't kids' games, but... I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures? Like, for example, this one. Oh. Ooh, that ain't good. That's the defendant? Indeed, on the night of the murder. Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed. That is the victim. Order! Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is the same way as I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence. Alright, we need to take a look at this photo immediately. Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder? Shut up, we gotta look at some evidence here. So, looking at this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 bottles of grape juice. We have Phoenix Wright, who's wearing sandals? Bro. What is... It's like it's winter in there. Half-eaten meal. Prices. Man, wait. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, I'm noticing something. Upper left corner of that photo, there appears to be a bottle of something that has a label like with a purple stripe on it. I wonder... No, it's not definitive enough. I thought maybe it would be like a different bottle. Going back to it. Yeah, this is how I like playing these games, by the way. Just looking at evidence and trying to figure out what is going on. But there really isn't anything here to go off of yet. Right? There's 4 bottles of wine there. Which is going to be important, I'll bet. Yeah. Oh, also, on the shelf in the back there, you got like the furnace, not the furnace, the fireplace sort of thing. You got Matryoshka dolls on one side, and then you clearly have a bottle of vodka on the other, which is suspiciously higher resolution than the other bottles. What shape is that bottle? Not the shape. All right. All right. The witness in the case, a Russian waitress at the Borscht Bowl Club, and then Winston Payne, the prosecuting attorney. For all his experience, he lacks a certain presence. Phoenix Wright, pianist at the Borscht Bowl Club, formerly an ace defense attorney of some renown. How does he know Christopher? Whatever. Well, that's probably going to be discussed later. I was in room, the hideout we called it. Excuse me? The hideout? It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. Man, these puns! It's room where murder took place. What?! Your look of utter surprise, it is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want copy of. Hint, hint, hint! So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means... Ooh. Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. Yeah, he's wearing a hat there. Same hat. Alright, I was like, was he not wearing a hat here? But, okay. Incidentally, who won the game? Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. Objection! That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. Ahem. Justice? Maybe you can come up with a more legitimate objection. But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. So a 7-ace full house. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith. Chips, you say? I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils. I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3. I think he means poker face. Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table. Chip's photo out of the court record. We'll need to take a closer look at that. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Could you give me, like, just one quick second? I gotta look at this. So we have blue-backed cards there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, smaller chips are probably worth not nearly as much. So yeah, the defendant only had a 7 aces, full house like that. Other side has kings, aces, full house. There's the bottle. The blue back of cards is going to be super important. Other than that, I don't see anything terribly out of the ordinary. Other than there's 6 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of those chips. All right, so there are 10 big chips, 6 small chips in total. All right. The blue back is going to be important later, but I don't see anything jumping out at me quite yet. Except for the ace of spades there having the words volume 8 on there. That might be a key thing later. All right. That fateful night. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for a game. All right, hold it. What do you mean by that? You were dealing cards. Do you do this often? Da, I am doing this. If customer wishes it, I serve anything. Borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work. It is good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service. Welcome you to Borscht Bowl Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitresses. Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. Okay, it was cold. Both players with hats on. Da. It's already April. How can it be cold? At the Borscht Bowl Club, we have pride on authentic rusted Russian restaurant theme. Outside it is city and spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia. No way am I going there. When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Hold it! His locket? I believe it was good luck charm, da. He gripped it many times as he played that night. Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars. Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift. The defense would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket? Of course, I knew that. It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter what shape it... It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding? So what happened next? Okay. So there's a locket there. And yet here, there is no locket. So I think I'm going to press on this one, but let me just double check, right? Hold it! Just in case I missed something. Something terrible? Eek! The defense will refrain from needless shouting. Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Now, Miss Orley, can you tell us what happened? Oh, I was so frightened. Da, I trembled with fear. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death. That is also... death caused by single blow to forehead. That's also a possibility, right? So right now I am thinking that it's either there is no locket around this in the picture here, or that the time of death around 145 and 258, it was cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt trauma to forehead. Well, let's at least press her on this. But the defendant would never do such a thing. Eek! Well, now, I can't say I've ever heard the defense try this tactic. If possible, please refrain from embarrassing me. Still, why would anyone do something like this over a game of poker? Perhaps it is because defendant has lost the game? Yes, a crushing defeat for a man undefeated. So it always is with men like him. Winners make sore losers. Oh, how the mighty fall. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, I've got you now, Orly. I'm going to go with the slightly more obvious one. Strangling him to death. Unfortunately, the autopsy report says otherwise. Objection! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Duh, normal customers only choke on borscht. No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head. Ack! Miss Orly, really now? Did you witness the crime? Eek! Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything. Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Oof! Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit. Crime photo number 2 added to the court record. But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck. Oh, really, Miss Orly? I think I've caught you in your own little lie this time. Justice, I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more. What do you mean? I found a contradiction. There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination. There's such a thing as thinking too much. This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it. There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. Haha. All right. All right. After the defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him with bottle. Let's press on that. You didn't say anything about hitting before. So sorry. I must be forgetting this, da. Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony. Oh, da. I'm sorry, Your Honor. And that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind, and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So he strangled him, then he hit him. Something's fishy about all this. Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do. Right, sir. Leave it to me. Yep. So, time with his hand on locket at his neck. Yeah, let's just double check this real quick. I was going to use the other photo, but this is a much clearer shot. There is no locket around his neck. Objection! You know, there was one curious part in their testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about? Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck? Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this. But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death. Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor. It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no? Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean... The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? Okay. Defendant, what do you have to say to this? Say. Yes? I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you? And I just noticed it. Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter? Really, Mr. Wright? Really? Come again? Mr. Wright, you have a daughter? We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. How many years in the future is this set compared to the Ace Attorney? So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder, perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game. Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost badly. Mrs. Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant. Duh. Serious competition. The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. House chips comes in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant played with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... That's not what you said happened earlier. Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game. 3,500 points with big and small chips. So if they... maybe I shouldn't think that hard about it. But it'd be... Oh, yeah. So they would have started off with 3 small chips apiece. And then the large chips are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. So small chips are worth 1,000. Large chips are worth 100. As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow. How many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I've done. A common tale, but true. Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong. Wait, hang on. I need to go back and do some math. So, oh, yeah. Yeah. So, looking at the number of chips, there are 6 small chips, and there are 10 large chips in total, right? So, if you divide 6, so 6 divided by 2 is 3, so 3 small chips per player, and then 10 divided by 2 is 5 per player, so 3,500 points means that, you know, like I figured out earlier, small chips are worth 1,000, big chips are worth 500, or 100, which means that Phoenix right here is sitting at 4,100 points, which means he is in the lead in this picture. And he loses at this time, so even if he had lost this hand, he would still be in the game. That's going to be an important thing later. All right, thank goodness I'm somewhat decent at math. All right. But I'm going to press on her. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, and the total would be 7,000. Exactly 7,000 points. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. ... House chips come in 2 sizes, small and large. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Of course. Huh? Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? No need yet. Nah. It's her nature to be jumpy and suspicious looking. The one who was winning, it was victim. You're telling me that Mr. Wright, undefeated for 7 whole years, was losing? It must have been most unlucky day for him. I am glad I did not take other picture of him. It would break camera, certainly. The chips, they went always to a victim's side of the table. So you're telling us it was a one-sided game? One-sided, and... For last hand, defendant played with all chips on table and lose. Last hand? It was largest points of any hand. The defendant's hand, it was excellent. He tried to use it to take victory from behind. It appears that both the defendant and the victim's hands are in this picture. That is truly an excellent hand. However, so is the victim's. One with highest number wins, so defendant loses. The victim, Mr. Smith, had a stronger hand than the defendant and crushed him. I believe that explains what occurred next. Once cards laid down on table, it happened. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... That kind of contradicts what you said earlier. And what happened next? Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble. Da! I did not believe such thing would happen. What such thing? Please, you must believe. I had no idea. How could such a thing occur? What such thing? Yet! The defendant had been hitting the victim. Da! I saw it all happen right before me. I saw a bottle coming down on victim's head. Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime. Remember, your first goal is to gather information. Yes, sir. Look out, contradiction. Here comes justice.
Hold it!
So I'm going to press further on this one a little bit. Yep. Da, of course. Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Let's press a little harder. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips. Explain? What is there to be explained? Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block, not a motorcycle cop, not a... Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles or even? Yet, as I've been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand. Okay, alright. Listen, I'm not exactly a capitalist lover, but you don't just throw that out as an insult. Just randomly like that. Two types of chips, 100-point chips and 1,000-point chips. It is not the money, da. Justice? Sir! Don't you find her comment interesting? In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add it to her testimony? Yes. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Added to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this. I do. Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Da, Your Honor. One kind of chip is worth 100 points, other kind is worth 1,000. Two kinds in all.
Hold it!
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why. Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten. Ah, sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick. The two types of chips. Da? The small ones are 100 and the big ones 1,000? Right? Right, of course. Ha! Don't waste our time. Is that all? Yeah. Oh, great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her, and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice. Please try not to embarrass me like that. Huh? Who? Me? There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands. What? It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all. Calculation? Hint, hint, hint. The one who was winning died was victim. No, it was not. Because, as I mentioned before, small chips are actually worth 1,000 because that's how the math works. So he's up by 4,100, which means you're false.
Objection!
Phew. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure. It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court? Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up. The totals? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1, carry the 5. Oh, gods. They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them all up, how much is it? Do it yourself, you ardent kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts a witness's testimony. But why? How could this be? Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Starting points were wrong, the chip count were wrong, and both were right. So, they both start off with 35,000 points. This is correct. The chip count is correct, because small is worth a lot and big is worth little, so both were actually right. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can be only one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness! Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why? That does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing. Indeed. The victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah! Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. Ugh! The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and the defendant had 4,100 points. Well now, it seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yeah! Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you? Eek! Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the witness's testimony yet. Hold it! Excuse me? What is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see, see what, Miss Orley? What do we see? In the last hand, there was cheat. Cheat? You don't mean a trick? Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting. Witness, you will please testify to the court. Tell us about this cheating in the final hand. Witness testimony. The final hand. Oh, goodness. This is the final shape, witness. Like, I'm just getting Destiny 2 flashbacks. The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith. Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled the cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers. A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience. That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker? I can't say this bodes well for your case or career. What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring? Justice. You know the term 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes? Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Yep, same photo. Wow, they both have full houses. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat. Ahem. The defense may cross-examine the witness. If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand? Whoever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Cross-examination. Last hand, both men had full house. Just how hard is it to make a full house, anyway? It is quite hard, da. It is making a pair and a three of a kind at the same time. I guess that's right. Very difficult, to be sure. You can take my word as the poker head of the courtroom number 3. Very difficult, da, but it's not impossible. Okay, full house hard. This line of questioning, a waste of time. There is 4 of each card in the deck from ace to king. 4 of each card, you say? Da! There is 1 spade, 1 diamond, 1 heart, and 1 club for each card. It is interesting fact that this number 4 comes from number of seasons. Huh, you don't say. And did you know that the cards are numbered 1 through 13? Add all the cards in the deck and you get 364 a year. Huh, you don't say. Isn't that 1 day short? That's why each deck has 2 jokers. They say the second joker stands for the leap year. Thus you have a perfect representation of the year. All in a deck of cards. Huh, you don't say. We're gonna be in this courtroom for a year if this keeps going like this. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. How was it clear? Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace. A 5th ace? I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hands had 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's too. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand. Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please. Yeah. No, it did not have 5 aces. You can tell by looking at it that there are 3 kings and 2 aces, and the other hand has 3 sevens and 2 aces. In other words, you're lying. It appears the witness is mistaken. Mistaken? But my name? Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony. That's the photo of the chips, is it not? Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point. Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony? So at this point, if this is a 3DS game originally, this is when you would use your stylus to mark where it is, but it's point to the relevant spot. Present. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Eek! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also has 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating all right, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Oh, this music's so good. 2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating. Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you. That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You're right to trust your instincts. Mr. Gavin? Who knows what lies in store for us in this trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion. What might that be, Mr. Gavin? If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards? The cards? Mr. Payne. Yes, the players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court. Very well. The prosecution will submit the evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards? If these cards don't prove cheating was going on, nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? I'm going to check the court record. So, obviously, thinking about this logically, the victim's hands would, because it's the winning hand, it should be worth more, right? It's worth more. Definitely got to take a look at the victim's hands. That is my opinion. The defendant's hands doesn't win, so it's not nearly as bad. So view the victim's hands. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards. Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would. Very well. Received evidence, the victim's hands. Well, time's wasted. Get to it, Justice. All right, let's take a look at the victim's hands. So, yep, those are all good cards. Let's take a look at the back of these cards. I'm willing to bet. Waaaay! Only one of these cards is a blue back. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? Which means this is a big cheater McCheaterson. The card backs are red. For some reason, I thought they were using blue back cards in the final hand. Yes, indeed. Only one of these cards was blue. All right. Yeah, they were using the blue deck. Yes, sir. Bro, I literally just did this. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles. Try using to turn every which way and to zoom in and out. That should give you a better perspective on the case. Okay, let's do this. I literally just did this game. Card backs are red. For some reason, I thought they were blue. This is what happens. Didn't you, Mr. Gavin? Huh? Oh, which was it now? What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. Eh? Eh? That's impossible. But I put that card in the right hand. Ack! What was that, Mrs. Orley? No, yet. I merely said, I have eek. Your Honor. Mr. Gavin, yes? Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker? To cheat? I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend, a comrade, shall we say. The dealer. Ah! Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orley, she's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Yeah! Order! Order! Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. Of her mistake. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard. That's impossible. But I put that card in the right hand. Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith. Ugh! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What? Wait, you don't mean the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you? Time for justice. There was 3 people in the room at that time of the incident, and if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. Eek! Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley? It appears she has lost, consciousness, Your Honor. Mr. Justice? Your Honor, it seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggested a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith. That means this court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time. What? I did it. I held out. I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
Oh. Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook. Ridiculous! Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous. That is very true. Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game that fateful night. As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club have different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If you use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You used different colors and they still got mixed up. Late night. We used the red deck for the last game. I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I have this impression that you were using the blue cards. Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever. In the end, one card of the wrong color got into the mix, which means there was a cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raises 2 serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped. Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Okay. If I take a look here. Thinking. So if they were using a red deck, that means the card on top is blue. In that one card, that was like the ace or something. Hang on. Back. Checking the hand here. Nope, nope. Check the hand. Check it. So the King of Diamonds was swapped in. King of Diamonds. Keep that in mind. I see the King of Diamonds is on the top of that particular card pile. Which means that it was probably swapped after. I'm going to guess after. After the murder. Perhaps it happened after the murder. What's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly.
Objection!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh? Even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ah. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown. After the murder. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another? Yes. A simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who? The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in that room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley. Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue? Huh. I'm looking at this. Trying to see... That's a good question. Who could it have been? There's nothing possible there. So assuming that... There's a blue deck of cards there. That was my Discord notification. I don't know why on earth that decided to pop up. I thought I muted it. My bad. I keep forgetting to do this. Notifications. Mute notifications. Just for the moment, thank you. Alright. Meanwhile, what was that notification? Because it might be important. Nope, it's not important at all. Might be someone I'll raid later. So, who would have swapped the red card for a blue card? There's no point in Phoenix Wright doing it. Why would Olga Orly do it then? Try and clear up our name? I have a feeling it's someone else. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orly either. Well, what are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orly at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright? Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant and it wasn't Miss Orly, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that indeed after the murder. Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hands. And that someone made two critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know. Two colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the fifth ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a fifth ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True, not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a fourth person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What?! I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials. Ridiculous, Mr. Wright. This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only three people in that room. I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption. The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court. I suppose that is a problem, yes. Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess. Certainly, Your Honor. Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes. April 20th, 11:52 a.m., District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is this the truth? Well, now, I'd think you would know the answer to that. Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I've no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice? Yes, sir. The judge has summoned me to his chamber, so carry on without me. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear. Is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Aww, she's got a hat. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. And we are probably going to. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago? What I did? It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never. Honest. But it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you'll win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habit, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will soon. Almost forgot. One more thing about this case. You should know I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my cords of steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. To be continued. So this is something that they do in this game series. It goes on. We've been at this for like an hour and a half now. And at a certain point, it will give you a chance to save, to like, you know, get up, stretch, use the restroom, whatever. But, yeah. Continue on to the next chapter? Yes. I want to keep going until I finish this one because, ooh, I absolutely adore the stories in these games. The characters are good. It may not be, like, absolute top tier, but they knock it out of the park with what they do in all of these games, right? April 20th, 12:14 p.m., District Court, courtroom number 2. Thought we were in courtroom number 3, whatever. Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered? Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness. Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again? That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued. You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne. Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute. The defendant would like to request that Miss Orley take the stand. Very well. The witness will take the stand. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you would rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser. Yeah. Not. Okay. Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian, and my last name sounds like oh really. There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied. Well, that's a random twist. Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine. Like I said, I'm a pro. Excuse me. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Divorced Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress? So you were in cahoots with the victim? Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of the games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swap the cards. Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it, it would have been a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh, really, Orly? How droll. But it appears you made quite the mistake. Mistake? I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to the planted card? Hey, that's right. He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad, you hear me? Bad. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung. The best laid traps. That night, I planted the card like I was supposed to. Oh, goodness, I am yawning a lot tonight. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking. Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice. With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Okay, cross-examination time.
Hold it!
This planted card. Which card was it exactly? The trump card. The 5 of hearts. Let me guess. Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least, that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend. I slid it into Wright's pocket. When was this? Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we served borscht and suckers. Remind me never to go there. Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and allowed to thicken. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. It's Smith's show. So everything went according to plan. Exactly. The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch. Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud. There are worse things to be known as, I suppose. Tell us what happened with the search. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. The card disappeared. Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone without a trace. Poof. Zippo. We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat. But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct? Never in my long, storied career. Never has Quickfingers Orly been so readily duped. Oh, really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant? So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. Oh, boy. The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. Wait, isn't that a little odd? What's odd? You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim. Well... Whoa, what? What was that just now? I sensed something. Something wrong, Mr. Justice? No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Press her harder. Miss Orly, you're hiding something. What are you talking about? Me? Quickfingers Orly? Hide something? The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? What is going on? Whoa! What's going on? I don't know, kid. This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. That means perceive.
Gotcha!
Miss Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself. Unaware of what? Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand. My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory, and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about? This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defendant. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us? Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall this crime that night, you scratch your neck. I noticed it happened when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an erasable impression on your neck is... I mean, it has to be this, right? Can't really be anything else.
Take that!
Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck, and what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? Huh? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit. Not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits? They're completely irrelevant. Justice? I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment. Yet, I am knowing nothing. She put that outfit back on in a hurry. We know you're not Russian. The witness will testify, please, now. Bah, fine. Oh, the music's kicked up a bit. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. You seem uneasy. You try standing up here. Her eyes are darting all over the place. I must be getting warm. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like? Well, he must have been stunned by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing. I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So what do you think about her testimony? I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is... Let me check the history. Sat there in a daze at the table until the cops came. It's flawed. Is basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that? Well, show us this evidence, Mr. Justice. This evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Okay, there's an empty chair there.
Take that!
This, Your Honor, is the evidence that contradicts her testimony. Well, Mr. Payne? Who would have thought that Justice could be so wrong? He's a guilty one. Gah, me? Mr. Justice, you might want to think about your future before doing that again. Oof! There goes part of her health. Ouch, that one hurt. Different personality, but the same testimony. I believe you have her what you want her, Justice. The circumstances have changed, and here her testimony is not. That means there's got to be a contradiction in there. Quite. Okay, so I gotta select this again.
Hold it!
It's flawed. She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. Is there like a floor plan? Why don't I have a floor plan? That's the one I already used. This makes the most sense.
Take that!
Maybe. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. Eh? And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. Ack! So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Eek! She... The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. Now the truth comes out, huh? Showdown time. Dirty cheat. Check his pockets now. It's gone. The card's gone. You lose. Ugh! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right. And he hit me. You! Some master of cheating you turned out to be. Eek! When I came to, the victim was already dead. Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. Well, where does this leave us? Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this. It appears our prosecution at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive? Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I didn't. I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process. Mr. Wright! Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin. What are you saying? Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright is saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. Ha! This theory again, your fourth person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception. The perfect place to catch the real criminal. Real criminal? And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about? Sorry. Remember what I said? The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? The cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there is one person here in our court who thought those cards were blue. Yeah, I had that impression too, but why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear. Who is this fourth person? Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's hear what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Well, can't be this one. I don't think it's this one. Not this one, not this one. I mean, these two were the ones playing. They would know for a fact. Except... no, they wouldn't. But the cards used in the final game are blue. Let me just double check the history. How far back in my history can I actually go? Because I don't think I can go that far. Yeah, this. Yeah, hasty conclusion. Man, my gut is leaning towards Christoph Gavin. Except, I thought the cards used in the final game were blue. He said it was red. Shady Smith would have known it was red. Dealer would have known it was red.
Take that!
I'm gonna risk it. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. I was right? Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night. But, of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photograph of this crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But, look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor. A competition? Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Well, Christoph? Mr. Gavin? Mr. Gavin! Is something the matter? No, nothing, excuse me. It was just so sudden, right? You aren't seriously accusing me, are you? Oh, Christoph? You know even I'd never take a joke this far. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity! The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder. I assure you, I'm quite sane. But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started. What are you suggesting? Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Mr. Gavin? Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin. As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you. Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you. Oh, okay. Well, does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony? Hear the testimony. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. That too, Justice? You would betray me, your teacher? I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth. Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please. Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph, except that's Christoph? Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder? I dine with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning this all along, weren't you, Wright? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong. Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness. Justice? Sir. He's lying and you're going to expose him. Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Welcome to the series, pal. Cross-examination. Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano. I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting? So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours and Christoph left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting. If now we hear they just passed in the hall. That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder. Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Yes, a harmless prank in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. Quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted. Yeah, I snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon? Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama. card inside the murder weapon? That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Mr. Wright, the pokerhead of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits. Please revise your testimony with this new information. I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Alright, let's take a good look at it. Can I zoom in? The bottle is completely empty. Grape juice. How long has it been? Alright. Like, dude, I'm not seeing any card in here. No clues here. Sorry, dude.
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely, isn't all you have to say for yourself? I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped. Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright, it's your client. My apologies, Your Honor. I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear? In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. Oh. Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the knockout. Why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? I want to press him a little further on this.
Hold it!
Why in the bottle? I perceived my opponent's intent immediately. I'm used to entrapment, you see. I knew what it was coming. Oh, so you struck first. I like that. I know every trick in the book. They don't work on me. At least when you get lucky and stick your hand in your pocket, they don't. Okay. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police.
Hold it!
You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead.
Hold it!
And when you returned, the victim was already dead. Yes. I'll admit I was a little startled when I walked in. Little? He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled, too, if I walked in on a scene like that. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Hold it!
Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair, and I figured Kristoff's law offices would get me a friend rate for my defense fees. Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay. Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all. You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now. Yes, sir. I have to think, what's Mr. Wright trying to tell me with his testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. Okay. Thing is, this isn't the way the blood is working right now. I'm looking at the forehead and it is going backwards almost. It's not streaming down his face. So I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I think this is...
Objection!
Nope, that wasn't it. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow you. It clearly contradicts the, I thought... You don't sound very sure, Mr. Justice. Objection overruled. Oof. There's another one. I don't think that won me any points to the judge. Where is save? Is there no save option? Oh. Oh, wait. Records? Save. There we go. Save scumming. I love doing this. Let me just check that phone. Can I even check the phone? Is there like a way to open this? Unless it's like really at the bottom. Gotta zoom in. I'm double checking everything about this. Like, dude, I'm not seeing a card in here. Unless, no. Yeah, it's clearly empty. Only thing I can think of is that there's multiple bottles here?
Objection!
Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No? What, Mr. Wright? Surely. Okay. Please continue the cross-examination. Why in the bottle? I am not reading right now because I am. Okay. AM. Press them again on this. 5 minutes, so the two of them. Man, I'm kind of stumped on this one, not gonna lie. Exactly, cell phones. Cops.
Hold it!
When you return, the victim was already dead. Yes, I'll admit, it was a little sore when I walked in. A little? Well, seemed like that. Gotta be this. I don't think he actually did that. Where is the 5? That up there is a... Somewhere there's like a 5 of hearts, right? There's gotta be a 5 of hearts in one of these photos. I'm double checking everything. It's not like a hidden card here or something. Huh. So the question is, where did the... Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on. Not setting things up. You happen to see that card way down there in the corner? Left-hand corner, lower left-hand corner. That looks like it's a heart. I wonder if that is the one. I'm gonna try. Nope. Has to be that line. It's not detailed enough, right? So why are your prints on it upside down? Maybe... Can't be that. Wild shot in the dark. Objection! Nope. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. Huh? It does? I don't see anything. You sure about that? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Justice. Okay. And this is why I save scum. The truth that Mr. Wright was talking about? Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him now. Yes, sir. The only thing I'm able to really do here Objection! Is present this and be like, yo, hey, there's no card here. Yes? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No? Mr. Wright, surely... Can't say I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Maybe it's this one because there's a bunch of bottles next to him. Objection! No, that wasn't it. Okay. Man, this is... The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I'll have to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. .45 and 2:15 a.m. Cause of death: cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blood trauma forehead. And I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. This is legitimately a stumper. It should be a pretty straightforward. found the trap during the game.
Objection!
Nope. Yeah, nope. Won that one. Try not to just randomly throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, because that would be pretty awful. Let me look at this again. I think I already used this one. Unless, wait. Unless someone fished the card out of the bottle, flattened it up, but then, Dude, I honestly cannot piece this one together. They've made a really tricky one. Alright, let me just present this so that way it's in my history again.
Objection!
I already know that this is not really the thing. Alright, now that it's in my history, the card just disappeared. The fact that disappear is highlighted is super important. They don't really do that unless you actually need to key in and be like, yo, hey, pay attention. Which means what? The card just disappeared. Where could the card have disappeared to? And the bottle's there. Has Mr. Wright's fingerprints on it, are upside down. Yeah, the only thing is that this thing is like a really old Nokia. That's all I got here. Man, I am stumped. It wants me to get decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence. All right. Dispose of the card in the bottle. So if it was in the bottle, then it disappeared. Man, I am really stumped on this one. I don't want to look it up. I'm not seeing anything. Do I know what order these photos were taken in? Press him again on this. Where Mr. Smith was sitting. Okay. What if this is it? This is wild conjecture here. Absolutely bonkers. Christoph and I at dinner, we sat at the table in this photograph. What if he didn't actually sit at this table and he was mistaken? Which makes literally no sense. Right? Also, that's a ridiculously long chair that dude is sitting in. I just realized. Man! Stop and think, what can I possibly use here to help me out? Cat removed during investigation. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left.
Hold it!
I already did this one like a bunch of times, right? I'm just running around in circles now. Man, this is getting wild.
Hold it!
Don't want to just randomly throw stuff out there. Maybe it's... I know this is the victim's hand, which doesn't really... I already used that one. This one is just him and Shady Smith talking. That's just a cell phone. I might actually just need to look this one up because it's being... But I'm not going to look it up because that's just... Ugh. Yeah, at this point, I can't piece it together. I literally cannot piece it together. Oh, hang on. Not save. Load. Here. And I cannot seem to figure it out. Because the only thing that makes any sort of sense is knowing that there is an empty bottle. Decisive evidence, which means... What if that wasn't true? Nope. Phone call to defense attorney Gavin.
Objection!
All right, yeah, at this point, I am just randomly throwing things together. It'd be better if I just looked this one up. Congratulations, game. You honestly stumped me on this. Alright. Quick. To the internet real quick. Spoiler-free walkthrough guide. Alright, second half. Da-da-da-da. Hang on. Leaving the mechanic wrinkle. Yep. Slowly scrolling down without going too far. Appetite for... Is that what this one is? So according to this, crime photo 1 on the 5th statement. That's apparently...
Objection!
No, that ain't right. Hang on. Records, load. Oh, that wasn't the 5th statement. It was this one.
Objection!
Okay. How exactly? Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. Oh. Because he's wearing a hat. I'm an idiot. Yeah. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court? Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put the hat on his head. Huh? You? You put the hat on the dead man's head? He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright just like in this photograph. And? I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. But why'd you do the thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. But that's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. So, Miss Orley didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head. I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Ah, here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon? It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? I believe that's enough of that. Mr. Gavin? This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago. Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Huh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. Reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone. That night, recall that I spoke with Defense Attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good? He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china pate? It wasn't you, was it? Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should have come to that. Bone china plate? A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. Not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead. Wait a second, something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club? Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate? Oh, that's right. Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason? The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright? Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne! Yes, Your Honor? I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony? Well, as the prosecutor, Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which, Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that? Crystal clear, Your Honor. Very well, this will be the final recess for the day. Oh boy. Yeah, the game got me good with that one. I really should have seen that one coming. I was too obsessed with figuring out cards in the bottle that I didn't see the whole hat thing. I really should have seen that. That is entirely on me. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Oh, hi! Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it. Trump card? The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That is all. Oh, an ace! Where do I remember that card from? Mr. Smith's hand had 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. That was cheating, I swear to you. The missing 5th ace. Wait, this blotch of red. Is this blood? You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it. This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth. So I need to know, who is Phoenix Wright's daughter's mother? Because is it Maya? It might be. I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. Yeah, this guy's really slow on the draw, isn't he? Bloody ace added to the court record. April 20th, 2:45 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand? Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. Will the witness state his name and occupation? Is this farce necessary, Your Honor? Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom. He ain't wrong. Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat? By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
Hey! I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. There's that music! Mr. Wright! What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow, things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taken it off except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting the crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's balding head, you wouldn't have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is that what you're trying to say? Not bad, Apollo. Mr. Gavin, I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court. What? Oh, I assure you I have had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Huh? Yet I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night. Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how are you involved in the events of that fateful night? That fateful night. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and peeked in through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead as he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. I sensed that it was not the best place for me to be at the time, and so I left. That's when the call came in from Wright. Really? So you witnessed the murder? For better or for worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are on Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client. What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand, after all. So you are, Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you just did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window. Mr. Wright? You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo? Oh. Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared? Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder.
Cross-examination.
Raise, I said to that man. Yep, okay, hold it. That man, you mean Mr. Smith? He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say? I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that. So then you knew the true nature of your client's job. Of course. But I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal. Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends, after all. Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. Oh, boy. Huh. You see, I feared that this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to settle an old score. I see what happened then. I went down to the basement and peeked into the little window to the hideout. The little window? You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs? Yes, a relic of the ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe. Why did you go through the trouble of peeking into the window? Wouldn't it have been easier to just open the door and go into the room? I didn't want to upset Wright, you see. Upset Mr. Wright? Yes, one of my fears have been unfounded. I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least. So far, everything he's saying makes sense. It must have been right after the murder took place. How do you know it was right after the murder? Really, no need to shout, Justice. I was just getting to that part of my testimony. Ah, there he is. The coolest defense in the West we know and love. Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change. I was afraid you'd change too, right? But you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours. With friends like these, who needs enemies? The victim was dead as he appears in the photo. By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene. Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat. Can you describe the scene of the crime for us? A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hand. Those were the only three at the scene of the crime? Yes, as far as I saw at least. Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police? 2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was asked to defend Wright. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
Objection!
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime. Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul. But that goes against what Mr. Wright said. Ah, yes, this mysterious 4th person. who would conveniently be the real killer, I suppose. Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin. Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap the cards in the victim's hand? Perhaps you could show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary. How can I show something I can't find myself? Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace. Specifically, this one. A single drop of blood marks the front of the card. Then, it was a red card. What do you mean no clues here? It's clearly a red one. That's all I got. Nope, hang on. The 5th ace. Right. Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason? I can show evidence. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out. Go ahead and point out your reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace? Because there was blood on it.
Take that!
My reason is, this. Is that an ace? Why? Why, it's got blood on it! Right next to the spade. What? This is insane. Why wasn't I told about this? Why? Could this be the missing 5th ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card? Well, that's the thing. Why is Mr. Gavin so upset? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card? It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are stock and trade after all.
Objection!
No! Impossible! Unacceptable! The court cannot accept this evidence. It is a fraud. A fraud? How can you be so sure? What? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime. Where are you going with this? Take another look at the photo and at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his hat fell off to the floor, and a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Couldn't a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose the killer then took the card to hide the blood. Regardless, that evidence is non-permissible. No? Right? Regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years, you used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence. Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question. What are you talking about? You wanted to know why the killer would have taken a card from the crime scene? And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection!
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless!
Objection!
There's that pose! Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. What? It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. It's quite simple. Well, Apollo? Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head. Whoa! The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And, before the killer swapped a card out, there was a single card with a drop of blood on it in the victim's hand. Given this, there is one decisive problem with this scene. Well, what is it? Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in the diagram doesn't fit? The victims? The killers? The witnesses? The second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with a bloody card? Okay. I can't look at my evidence. Would have been... Honestly? I think it's the victim's position. The reason being is that the blood on the forehead was like going back. But why would it fall forward onto a card? I'm guessing this one. Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice. Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You'd think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Ah! Take a look at the photo again. If you bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards. Why, that's right. So, what does this mean? Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Apollo, try turning the chair around. Okay, recreate the crime scene. So I use A to point out. The chair was facing the other way? It would have to be. So we have to assume that at the time of the murder, the victim's chair was facing away from the table. When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing? When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We know now that the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder, but this creates another significant contradiction. Again? Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victim, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses. Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away? He would have seen... It would have to be the killer spot, right? Because our other person here saw the killer above them, which doesn't make any sense, right? The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes. Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense. Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall? In the middle of a game? I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light. What? There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram. What? But there's no room to put a mark where the killer should be. Don't worry. Let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front? I mean, it would have to be here. Like in the closet. The killer had to be standing, well, here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get. Ack. I thought I was onto something there, too. I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Or are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha! It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place a killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know. At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately. Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard. Your Honor? What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff. Yes. I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright. I do my best. But let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once more. Again, it's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try moving the cupboard. It would have to be in front of that window. Thank you. Yeah. As you can see, the cupboard was the problem. At the time of the murder, it has to have been as shown here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my. What's this? What is it now? Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact. Huh? Oh, dang. Notice something, Apollo? Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion. Now then, Mr. Justice, please point to the new contradicting indicator. Is this the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator and diagram contradicts what we know about the crime? It would have to be this one. The window is covered. About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit. The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. Ah, that's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you just say? Oh, is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court exactly where did you witness the crime scene from? Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law and I will have order. We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor. Oh? And what did they find? Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it. What? Ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that, now that he mentions it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal goings-on. Never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses could get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. You see where our line of simple deductive reasoning has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for the few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something. Dare I ask what really happened that night? Actually, I think we can probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard. Holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it. Ugh! Yeek! What? Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look, and after the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized he needed to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor, and the fact that they were all red. Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly, truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Gavin? Mr. Payne. Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion. Mr. Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, no need to apologize. I'd rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick. Excuse me? The defendant is cleared of all suspicion? This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney. Illegal evidence?
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. Bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How did you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? I was actually wondering about that. And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne? Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down. I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demand an explanation. I can think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last. Well, Apollo? Yes? Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you can come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that. Yeah. Just like, what? Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Oh. Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there. In plain sight. How about you just say the answer in plain words? It would be hasty to deliver a verdict without unanswered questions, indeed. Well, Mr. Justice? Mr. Gavin said that the court, in this case, demanded explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done. Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down? Well, off the top of my head, if I look at this, why would he grab the bottle from there? It's the most convenient way of grabbing it, right? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. Oh, I'm not even allowed to save yet. All right. It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair. Excuse me? On the floor. Yes. Now, reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. See? You naturally go to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Oh, hey, Calo Guru! Yep, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've been streaming for about 3 hours, and this is nearing the end of the first episode of Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. My first impressions of it. I'm loving it so far. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright. I told you I'd be here after work. Oh, you did? I didn't. I must not have seen it in the Discord then. This game has the hardest case one of the series. Yeah, there was one moment that stumped me earlier. I had to use... Hang on. It was this photograph on one of the things, and it was... I had to look the answer up because I was, like, legitimately stumped. I could not figure out what it was. Because this photo, he's wearing the hat. I should have figured that out, but I was way too obsessed with figuring out where is this card in the bottle? Where is the card in the bottle? So other than that, it's been relatively smooth sailing. Couple hiccups here and there. But, yeah, let's continue. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here, playing piano, bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of his piano bench. No one buys that it is grape juice. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times. Wow, I can't believe it was that simple. Recall our dinner that evening, Christoph? I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon. Order! 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 What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin? Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof? Proof? Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that. Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideout earlier, do you recall I requested an additional investigation? Oh, that piece of paper. Ah, yes, I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club. And here's one of the bottles in question. What are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that, but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't make such a novice mistake, true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo. Yes? Why don't you go ahead and examine that bottle? But why? Just humor me. Okay, Mr. Wright. That bottle will solve the case once and for all. What? That's some bottle. Alright, so... Ha! That looks suspicious. Huh? There's something inside the bottle. These incredibly rough animations. Well, what's this? That card. It can't be. Recall that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orley? They were revolutionary for the DS. Oh, this is a DS game. I thought it was a 3DS game, but yeah. DS. Yes, our little swindling Devotchka. Whatever that word means. Nope, regular DS. Yep. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed. At least on the GBA in Japan. Oh, wait. This isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of? The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I snuck a peek at it and found that it was the Five of Hearts. Oh, the original trilogy, the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, that was released on the GBA. And then they also added another case for like the DS re-release, I think it was, which is also available on PC. It's the one where it's like 2 crimes are happening at the same time or something. Yeah, that whole quadrilogy is a lot of fun. Yeah, it's a trilogy. The first one has 5 cases, technically. Was it 4? But then, yeah, Rise from the Ashes, Game 1, Case 5. Yep. So the first game had 4 cases, and then the second and third game had 4 cases apiece. But they gave the first one an extra one for like the DS re-release. This series is pretty wild. Yes, I stuck a peek at it and found it was the Five of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. And there it is, the Five of Hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Uh-oh. Oh, boy, it's gonna get flashy. There goes the borscht. Love the limited animation and the great poses. It is such a unique look to this series. That is all. Like, the only thing that's moving is his fist. And yet it works so well. Is this your idea of revenge, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, Phoenix is such a cocky chess master in this case. I love it. Yes, he is. Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point the finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right? This is insane. What about me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. I was pointing the finger just in the proper direction. He says, looking at Apollo Justice. I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin? He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now. I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim. Did he? None that we know of. Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. About this victim, Mr. Shady Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure, and that's all we know about him. I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor. Good. Mr. Wright? Yes? 7 years, and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me, both as a friend and as a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed two things before I could confront him. The first was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. The second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us, and I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Confetti cart! Okay, coming from the great ace attorney to this, kind of a downgrade in the confetti, not gonna lie. Court is adjourned. Yeah. By the way, the great ace attorney, fantastic little series. It's only like 1 game and 2 game, but it's also available on Steam. It is legitimately amazing. Herlock Sholmes is one of my favorite characters of all time. So April 20th, 4:28 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Thanks, Apollo. You came through just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. Gav, the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true? Of course it's true. What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer? Right. Today was full of questions without answers, most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket. Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket. Huh? I took this off his neck the night he died. But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him. Wait, but that's perjury! You testified. You said that locket was yours. I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said that it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless. You sly devil. And it's the truth. Wait, but then, why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it? Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it the time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all. I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. He's so smarmy, true. He is. Apollo. Yes? How about coming to work for me? Huh? You mean at the Wright & Company law offices? I mean, there's not a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it. I can't imagine that to be true, but... Wait, but didn't you You're not a... Oh, I turned in my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. That incident 7 years ago. That legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached its sad conclusion, and he left law for good. That's going to get revisited in, like, episode 4. That's probably what's going to happen. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in the court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial? There was a single piece of forged evidence. What? Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. It's gotta be this one. Magician's trick. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! A fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. Then, you really? Yes, I forged this card. One look at the crime scene should have told you it wasn't real. But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney. Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it? I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office is addressed. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright? Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. A lot of mysteries went unsolved. And, at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I'd find that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins. Dude, what a great first case. Holy smokes. From beginning to end, it was just twist after twist and just really good. The only thing this is entirely on me, that one piece of evidence I had to look up was like, where is this going? I was too obsessed with the bottle and the card in it, and I should have looked elsewhere, right? That is totally on me for not seeing that and just getting a little frustrated. Yeah, continue on the next episode. Sure, we got some extra people. Yeah, just for a little bit. Might not be able to get all the way through this episode because that took 3 hours to go through one. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops, you die. Well, that was cryptic. June 15th, 9:12 a.m. Wright & Company Law Offices. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial and I lost both my mentor and my job. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Here being the legendary Wright and Company law offices, that's a lot of magic tricks. There's a lot of magic tricks I'm seeing here. There's the rings off to the left, the cups and balls, a guillotine for some reason. There is the sectioning body trick, whatever you want to call that. There's just random boxes where my camera's kind of hovering, hiding it. In fact, why don't I just whoop? There's ramen on a fork that's just floating in midair in the lower left. There's an espresso machine. Okay. Here being the Wright and Company law offices. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? Took 2 months to get an interview? I mean, I don't know how lawyering works, so. Hello there. You found the right place. Welcome. Right place. Don't think I didn't catch that pun, Capcom. Paul was too proud to come here. Yeah, probably. Also, this music. Alright. Alright, I dig it. What's with this girl? Well now, shall we begin? They put a couple extra frames of animation just for her, didn't they? They knew where the audience wanted. Begin what? Right, first things first. Any special talents? Talents? Yes, well, you must have at least one. Well, I guess defending? Defending. An unusual talent, but it'll do. With a little jazzing up, of course. You think so? Let's give it a go, shall we? Huh? Go ahead. Show me. Defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson. A professional can perform anywhere. Thanks. We want people to be laughing with us, not at us. Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all. What? What exactly do you think you came here to do? What? Defend. No? Excuse me? But do you know where you are? Huh? The Wright and Company law offices, right? Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, you're not the first. Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes. Mistakes. But I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you should go read the sign out front again. What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you always come to the right place. I'm Trucy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. Trucy, that's a good name for her. It all came flooding back. The trial. That girl. Hello, sir. Please pick a card. That's right. She's my daughter. Trucy. Right. Here, check out our flyer. So, what's your name? Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Okay. And now, we get our options here. What's up with this Wright Talent Agency? Guess I'll talk to her and find out what I can. So I'm not allowed to move yet. I could show her this. That's not the button to show her on. That's the number. Oh, hang on. Yeah, 929XX3. There's a number inscribed on the back of this badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. I don't think this ever comes up as evidence ever in any series. You just have it on you. Oh, right. I can present it. Oh, I've seen one of those before. That's an attorney's badge. It looks just like the one Daddy used to have. Now, if I take this badge and do this and this, see? It's gone. Hey, my badge! What did you do with my badge? No need to worry. Just look in your pocket. Huh? No way, my pocket? Wait a second, there's something in there. It's a flyer for your agency. And here's your badge. You can have it back now. That's the last time I let her touch anything of mine. Period. All right. So now we can do a lot of examining. All right, there's a lot to examine here. Whoa, that fork is floating. Not. Why do you have a plate full of plastic spaghetti here? That right there is the whole reason I became a magician. Do tell. I saw a plate just like that in a restaurant once. The floating fork looked so real, that's when I knew. Someday, I'd make magic more amazing than that spaghetti. Right. Oh, also my camera's blocking it. Oops. Yeah, let's just swap to the Just Game camera setup for right now while we're examining things, right? That's one of those hula hoop things everyone was crazy about way back when. Really? I had no idea these were that popular. I'm not so bad with one myself, actually. Eh? I'm still learning. So you can really make someone levitate with it. Show me. Huh? I have no idea how. It's just a normal hula hoop, isn't it? We have... Okay. Can't really look at the package. We have rings. There are all sorts of strange paraphernalia sitting on top of the piano. Those are my magician's magic props. Practice, practice, practice. A professional never leaves their weapons far from reach. But you can't play the piano with all this junk on it. Oh, no one plays here anyway, and the neighbors complain. I guess Mr. Wright really can't play. We're not going to ask about the guillotine. All right. Who's that dude? An old sepia-tinted photo of a man in a silk top hat. That's my favorite magician. I want to be just like him someday. Sure, nice. Guess it's good to have a role model, even if he's got to be well over 100. How rude. She can read our minds. Good to know. All right. I'm guessing it's the box. A strange split box leers at me from the wall. Is this one of those boxes for cutting people in half? That's right. This cabinet is used for an illusion called the zigzag. I've seen it once on TV, but why is one just sitting here in your office? Oh, it's a little big for me, you see. So I'm using it as furniture. Hats in the top, shirts in the middle, and pants down below. I think it's a nice touch, don't you? It's not exactly what I'd call a welcoming decor. And we have the hat. A blue silk hat, just like the one Trucy is wearing. Oh, that's just for show. Don't wear it, please. Last thought from my mind, honest. I put it there so clients can see it and know who I am. Nothing says magician like a silk top hat. We've got tea or coffee. That table doesn't look very sturdy. You've never seen one of those? It's a magic table. So, like, you make this teapot disappear, so you might think, but that's not it. Before your very eyes, the contents of the pot change. From Earl Grey to Darjeeling. Kind of hard to see the difference, I'd think. Alright, we have books. All these Leo books must be Mr. Wright's leftovers. There's a lot of unrelated books in here, too. One trick a day, magic for idiots. You'd think a pro magician would aim a bit higher. We got a... Ooh, plant. Ack! Don't touch Mr. Charlie! Mr. Charlie? He's been in this office much longer than I have. Daddy's mentor had a great fondness for Mr. Charlie. He's lived here since Daddy was a rookie attorney. Mr. Charlie. Right. Now I take care of him. Alright, anything else within this room? Does not appear to be anything else within this room. Let's turn camera back on. And let's start chit-chatting, girl. Wright Talent Agency. So, is this really a talent agency? You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now. 2 people. Does that include you? Trucy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows. Paid, too. I am a professional, you know. Right. Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is Phoenix Wright, pianist extraordinaire. Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say he couldn't play the piano? Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic. At least you're optimistic, I'll give you that. So you're Phoenix's Wright daughter. That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy. Get it? Don't use that phrase with your dad! No. I'm in charge of this whole office, too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15! So she took over when she was 8? 15? How old is Mr. Wright? Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year. So he would have had the kid 15 years ago at 23, 22, 23, 29. That would be teenager level. I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. Yeah, if he's 33 and she's 15, 33, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, he would have been 17 years old, which, hang on. She's got to be like an adopted daughter or something, because I don't think they would have teen pregnancy being a thing in this series. Oh boy. About Mr. Wright giving up law, it was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it? Eh? You know about that? Not the details. I remember the news, though. It was a big deal. So I hear. I was too young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get a chance. Daddy, right. That reminds me. About Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in. Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital. Oh, no. The hospital? Yeah, he's on strict bed rest until he gets better. What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit. Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close. Right. Well, I'll be going now, and I'll give this showbiz gig some thought, okay? Wait, I'll go with you. And thus we have our companion. June 15th, 9:45 a.m. Hickfield Clinic. That is a lot of DVDs stacked on top of one another. That is a lot of them. So, this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Oh, no! Visitors you? I recognize this character from one of the other games. Oh, boy. Yeah. Are you the doctor? I am. Dr. Hickfield's the name. Good morning, doctor. Oh, hiya there, Trucy. Cute as ever. Please no creepy jokes. Please no creepy jokes. Is this Daddy's room? Oh, yeah. Except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like examined? Like I said, no creepy jokes, please. This is not funny. Doctor, the nurse was looking for you. Why, if it isn't the daddy of the cutest little thing in town. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Trucy. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. That's all you have to say, Apollo? Really? Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Mr. Wright. Alright. So I can move back to the Wright Talent Agency if I so wish, but I have no need to. Let's present him with this. What's that? Looks strangely familiar. How could you not recognize an attorney's badge? It's been 7 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. I guess some 7 years are longer than others. Alright. Let's examine the room. Let's go back to the Just Game screen. Mr. Wright's bed. It's really messy. Look how messy this is. You're just hopeless without me, aren't you, Daddy? Yikes, she's attempted to clean up. Look out! You got me. What can I say? I was raised in a barn. Try not to let word get out, Apollo, if you don't mind. Yeah, it might ruin your illustrious career pretending to play the piano. We have grape juice. Ah! Daddy! You stuck some grape juice in again. The doctor said you weren't supposed to drink that here. Trucy, look at the label. Oh. Deep sea mineral water. That's fine, I guess. I switched the labels. Don't tell Trucy, okay? What can I say? The man loves his grape juice. We all know it's wine. Alright, piano. This looks like a child's toy piano. Gotta practice. Wouldn't want my fingers to get stiff. A pro always keeps his weapon close at hand. Shall I play you a tune? No thanks. How unfortunate. I so rarely get a chance to play. We've got... what is that, manga? A swaying, spiraling stack of DVD cases. The Steel Samurai, the Nickel Samurai, the Pink Princess, the Zappy Samurai, Electric Bugaboo. They're all children's action hero shows. This kid I know keeps sending them to me. Huh, like a niece or nephew? Something like that. Quite the collection. This kid's parents must be really generous with their allowance. Funny, Mr. Wright doesn't seem the type that kids would like. Alright, we've got more Weeb DVDs. We've got nothing over here. Oh, hang on. The plant. What's that on the TV? It looks like some sort of action hero show. Oh, I know that one. That's the Sniveling Samurai. His booger flick attack is a big hit with the grade school crowd. Ugh, yuck. I had no idea you like this kind of stuff, Mr. Wright. Well, what else is there to do when you're stuck in bed? Besides, the episodes will just keep piling up if I don't keep up, you know. Yeah. Try not buying them. Now's the only time I get to watch and write up my reports. Your reports? It's a long story, like a lot of things, actually. Alright, looking. Does not appear to be anything else. Camera back on. Alright. Let's chit-chat. What happened? So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. Hit and... You were hit by a car? Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air. Only stopping when my head hit that telephone pole. Good night! Ow! You hit a telephone pole with your head? Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprained ankle. Bull crap! You should have a CTE from that! He really is as lucky as they say. About Trucy. There's something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big! Not fat, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trucy's still a child. Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore. But you'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. My foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius. Teehee. Aw, Daddy. You'll soon come to appreciate her talent. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. Right Talent Agency. So, why did you contact me? What could the Right Talent Agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now. Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway? Well, yeah, of course. Help! We're in big trouble here at the office. Big! I thought someone was dying. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital. That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries? Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbiotic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this isn't exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 15-year-old kid. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again. No, I can't. I only just made friends. Ouch. That cuts a little too deep. How could you do this to me? To us? Polly? Wait, is that bird still alive? Huh? What? Now it's my fault? Oh, no, wait. She's calling me Polly, not the bird from the first game or whatever. All right. On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client. You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? All right. I'll hear what you have to say. You got him, Daddy. Hook, line, and sinker. Now it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. Who is our client? All right, so who's the client? Ah, yes. Here. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint, Alden Tay's. I play piano there, of course. That's when it happened. That car sent me flying, nicked a telephone pole, and zoomed away. Creepy, huh? Just a tad. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell the story like it was no big deal. The car sped off in this direction. So, good luck. Huh? You wanted the client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client. Find the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry, once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. Then you can stick it to him in court. I'm not a prosecutor either. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke. Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. He just loves jokes, you know. Well, it wasn't funny. Even the ones that aren't very funny. Like I said, not funny. Your real client should be stopping by the office any time now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. One more thing. Okay, Columbo, what is it? Do look into my accident, too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. Right there. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Map added to the court record. Alright, let's take a look at that court record real quick. So I'm gonna hide my camera because it has 5 yards being listed as a thing. And it shows off the entire map. Okay. Whether or not that 5 yards indication is going to be useful, I don't know. It could be, it couldn't be. But it's the first time they've ever had a map in this series with a scale of some sort. Which is a little weird. But yeah. Okay. Well, guess we gotta go back to the talent agency. June 15th, 10:05 a.m. Right talent agency. Hey! How long you planning on making me wait, eh? Ah, good morning. Hey there, Trucy doll. That is a bowl cut. I'm sorry I made that pun. I feel bad. Sounds like your pops had a bit of a rough spot, huh? All's well that ends well, I guess. This is our client. I'm glad you found that funny, Callow Guru. Hey, so this is that Apollo fellow, huh? Oh, yes? The name's Apollo. Look at him there, arms all crossed like ready to fight. Yes, sir. You don't mean that literally, do you? The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down now, Apollo. Don't worry about your defense, sir. I'm on it. Defense? Your noodle half cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stormed. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen. Noodle? You know Mr. Eldoon from the noodle stand, don't you, Polly? No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him. You new in these spots? Not really. And you know the best noodles in town, Eldoon's Noodles. Whose noodles? My noodles. Help me out here, Trucy doll. This is Mr. Guy Eldoon, our client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoon. Anything for you, Trucy doll. Alright, present the map. Sorry, fella, but the only business I'm concerned with is my business. You gotta help me out. Get me my business back. Alright. Yeehaw, attaboy. Way to flash him. Old Phoenix used to do that to my pops all the time. Wait. Hold on. Who would his father be then? Your father? Yep. He'd whip that bad boy out and say, put it on my tab. You know I'm good for it. A tab at a noodle joint. Okay, now I don't know who that character is then. But alright, who is this guy? So, you run a noodle stand, Mr. Eldoon. Guy Eldoon's the name. And noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for 1.5 years. Oh, that's not that long, really. My family's been noodlemen for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons. That's a pretty old noodle. Aye, and fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops and picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well. Oh, there was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boys. So, it was like destiny that you became what you are. Right, destiny's the word. Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate. Not a mental image I care to linger on. So last year, I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldoon's Noodles. Alright. So tell me more about Eldoon's Noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty, why, they're saltier than salt. No, I really don't want to find out. Daddy's a regular at his noodle stand. He frequented my pops' stand back during his attorney days, too. Yep, him and his assistant. I'm sorry. I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny. Huh? Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl about now. What do you mean? It was stolen! My stand, gone! Stolen? It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle. That's a harmonica, not a whistle. It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints. Now you're just trying to butter me up. That sounded more like the blues on a whistle. I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then, this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Ooh. Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. All my noodle bowls were in there, too. That's the saddest thing I've heard all day. You know what? Anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck. Good. Huh? Wait. What exactly is your request? My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty, 2 bowls will kill a man. Then I'd really need defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. You drop by if you need any info, okay? That's Eldune's house over there. Get it back today if you can, Paulo. I've got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo. Huh? I have a bad feeling about this. Listen to the lady's problems now. Don't be cruel. I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen. Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery? Well, someone stole a pair of my panties. Where is it? Where is it? Really? Really? We have to go this route? Really? Okay, I know Japan, but really? Really? Panties? Oh. No, okay, Trucy's request. Wait, hold up. We need to go back to that dude's face. That was hilarious. Options, record, load. 3 whole cases, 938. That was like 2 minutes ago. We need to go back and see that face again. Maybe some, just guessing here. Well, I don't care who did it. Yep, we have. That's the saddest thing I've ever heard. That's the deal. Good luck. Yep. We need to see that face again because it was hilarious. That's like the only funny part about that scenario. 2 bowls will kill a man. Then I really need a defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. Attorney. Yep, that's where this person lives. Get back today if you can, Paulo. I got noodles to make. Things have certainly taken a turn for the bizarre. Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves. There's actually something else. Because someone stole some undergarments. Yep, get on. Yep. Someone stole a pair of my panties. Options, Raider, nope. Oh, I can't actually adjust the, oh, wait, I can actually. Oh, it doesn't work here, but you can kind of see his face. He's even eating the noodle at the same time, right? That's just a little weird. All right, going back, turning this to load the way it was. Oh, wait, hang on a second. Actually, there is one thing I would like to try and do. Hide UI elements on. That didn't do anything. All right, I'll just turn that back on. There's in most locations. All right. Trucy's request. So they were, stolen your, my panties, yes. Right, panties. That's a crying shame, that is, Trucy doll. I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry, when a thief came and took them, my favorite panties! I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait! Well, that was certainly brave of you. But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do. A darn crying shame, yep. Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient. It's literally right here. I'll mark it on your map. I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand if there's an empty bowl in your future, Paulo. Right. And you help out Trucy doll here too, yeah? Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We have no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases. I guess. Let's see where we stand. Not in the courtroom, that's where. Okay. Well, the first item on our list, Phoenix Wright. Daddy's hit-and-run accident. We have to find the one who hit him. Who's going to pay us for this again? And the second item, Mr. L. Dune's request to find his stolen stand, for which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles. And the last request is mine, to find my stolen panties. That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Let's go, Polly, to the streets. Aren't you enthusiastic? How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me. Guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, a stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties. Alright, nothing else to really observe here, I don't think. Nope, alright. We get a choice of the accident scene, or the scene of the stand theft. Let's go to the accident scene. Oh, what? That's a shame. So this is where Mr. Wright got hit by that car. According to the map, this is the place. What a huge mansion. Apollo, there's a nice looking lady over there. Oh no, I'm afraid. Let's question her. Okay. I'm a little curious about the park over there too. What is going on in the background of that picture? That is a person trying to climb over the fence. Oh, goodness. Hi. Excuse me, can we have a few words with you? You want something? Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating? That's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money. Woo, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is the Kitaki family mansion, little girl. You kid with the hair. You want something? Me? No, not a thing. Bye! Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if she knows something? But the Kitaki family, they're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. Yeah! If you're gonna ask something, ask it. If you're man enough. What? Right. Yeah, she does kind of look like a thumb. Yay, way to whip him into shape, ma'am. Does she know no fear? I'm Plum. Plum Kitaki, wife of the 4th head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. Alright, let's do some examinations around here. Turning off off with the cam. There we go. That's the actual camera off thing there. I have like 8 or 9 of these setups, but let's take a look. Wow, what a big house! And the gate is so big! The Kitaki family is pretty big around these parts. I like the fox. It's so cute! Ah, that's our family crest from the old country. Your family crest? We're clever as the fox and our teeth are sharp. So it's like a motto. You need a crest too, Apollo. Ooh, how about the scales of justice or a lunar lander? I'll pass, thanks. Nope. Wow, what? Oh, whoops, that is the same thing. All right, so we have something here. There's paint splashed all over this gate. What a mess. Was this paint knocked over by the car that hit my daddy? That's right. Pheh. And I'm left to clean up the mess. If you find whoever did this, bring the scoundrel by, would you? Of course! Then you can make them clean up their own mess. Ah! You're cute. Naive, but cute. When I find whoever did this, you can bet I'll be doing some cleaning. Oh, goodness. There's nothing I dislike so much as a mess. Ooh, I wish I could say cool things like that. I bet you'll do. I'd laugh if my teeth weren't chattering so hard. Alright, we have all the paints. Nothing over here. Oh, we have this. A brightly painted dragon. Why do I get the feeling he's glaring at me? Those paints must have been to repaint this wall. That's right. I called in an artist to do the job right. He's the third so far. The third? The first spilled paint all over the entrance here. The second on my kimono. So No, don't tell me. It's better that I don't know. Oh boy. So there is something off here to the right. Oh, and is it moved? Nope, not that way. Oh, right stick to look around. Oh, hi. Who's that? She's looking at the park. She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know? There is something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Okay. Why don't we first talk to this scary woman first? Let's talk about the Katakis. Little Plum? That's a really cute name for someone so... Yes? Whoa! What is it, Apollo? How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Trucy? Huh? That seems like a bit of a needless procedure. I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. Okay, that was good. I probably should turn my camera... When I'm not observing things, I should turn my camera back on. Oh, little girl, you should know we're gangsters. Oh, that means you're the bad guys. Trucy through me, please. I'm begging you here. Apollo's my favorite protagonist. Yeah, Apollo has already grown on me real quick. The bad guys. I like the sound of that. I'm going to need some warm tea after this. It takes a lot of hard work to protect a family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys. So you're saying that business is in a slump? Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. Last night's accident. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night? Last night. Of course, you wouldn't know about it. Sorry to bother you. Wait. Yes? You're talking about that man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away? That's my daddy! I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man. Capo? Point man? Could you avoid using too much industry lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up the mess since morning. Bah! Cleaning up this paint? The splattered paint. Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident? It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise. And found your father drowning in a sea of paint. So you came to his rescue? You've my husband, the boss, to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint. Then turned the corner and sped away. We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see. I'm sure that dragon is glaring at me. Oh, but why are you out here cleaning it up? What do you mean? I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you? Please go through me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer, boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image. Yes. But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see? The boss likes to give back to the people, see? How noble of him, like Al Capone. I availed myself of the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with. Public facilities? I wonder if she means that trash can. Alright, that's enough of you. What is going on here? What exactly is going on here? Looks like there's some trouble by the park gate. I smell an incident. Ma'am, there's no entry to the park.
No, don't you tell me where I can't go, young fella. I always walk through this park on my way home.
Please, get down from there. You'll hurt yourself, ma'am. That's quite the determined old lady. Personally, I'm a little more interested in the park. You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous. Hey, miss, stay out of the park. He got mad at me. Did something happen here, officer? Huh? No, move along. Nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Ah, Detective Sky. We're fine, man. Nothing to report. Oh my goodness! It's her! Sorry, I that is her from the, yeah, that extra mission they added in the DS version of the, yeah, I know, I'm like, yay! Why is she wearing a lab coat? You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed. Yeah, and these kids are curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers. Ah, why don't you kids run along and play someplace else? Look, we're not... Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. Want a dose of experimental hydroxyacelunodocetrace. Come again? What's hydroxy stuff? Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy. Try to keep out of the riffraff, if you would. Yes, ma'am. How are we going to get more information like this? Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street? Oh, yeah, that nice woman. Gulp. All right. Oh, there is something behind my camera, but it's literally just this sign. I gotta say, I really like to know what happened here. Hey, I said no one goes in. Unless you want a face full of hydroxyadoleta, what's it? No dice. We've got trash can. There's a big trash can on the way into the park. I guess we could check it out. A detective's life sure is a hard one. I'm an attorney, actual. Two pieces of garbage with paint on them. These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone. Wait, you don't think... I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Wright. Wow, and he took off its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take? Oh! Oh! Okay. The slippers or the mirror? I want both. So why... It would make sense for a mirror to just be there, but the slippers, though? It doesn't make any sense for the slippers to be there just on their own, which I think means... Oh, yeah, that would be, like, from the... Honestly, the more interesting item is the slippers. I'm gonna go with those. Slippers crammed into pocket. Slippers for patients at the Maractus Clinic. Was found in front of Kitaki Mansion. So I wonder if can I swap? There's a side view mirror here with some paint on it in this trash can. I can only carry one thing at a time in my pocket, you know. Should I swap the slippers for the mirror? No need. Not yet. I think that's going to be something for later. All right. The People Park. People Park. Huh, kind of an odd name for such an empty place. I wonder why it's named that. Probably because of the people who walk through. Hey, there's something written on the gate post. Huh? Oh, yeah. It says, donated by Big Wins Kitaki. You mean the Kitaki family built this park? It's so nice of them to give to the community like that. Let's not get too friendly with them, shall we? A gangster building a park? On the move for a crime boss. Okay. She's right there. Okay. People Park. Can I ask you a question? What? What happened in the park across the street? Oh, yes, quite the commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say. Chicago, huh? Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances, too. You're kidding! What a morning! Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house. Did something happen to your house, too? A crime without honor, without remorse. It's a private matter. Want to hear about it? Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. Don't tell me! Undergarments. So, what happened at your house? Bloomers. Last night. Called it. I got a bad feeling about this. Me, Little Plum Kataki, the victim of a panty snatcher. What? So it wasn't just my panties that were stolen? Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it? No, of course not. Mercy. I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common. It's hard to imagine Trucy and Mrs. Kataki's panties having much in common. I just imagine Mrs. Kataki's panties. Gulp. I know. We'll find your bloomers too. Great. Show me what you're made of. What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? This time? Oh! Hi. That girl from before. Oh, welcome home, sweetie. Oh, dear. Hello, mother. She's a Kataki, too? Miss. Here, our flyer. The Right Anything Agency? Anything Agency? Yeah, do you like the new flyer? So, this is our defense attorney, Mr. Apollo Justice. Attorney? Drop by our office. We'll be waiting. Goodbye. Why did you give her our flyer? I don't know. She seemed like she could use some help. She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help. I wouldn't be so sure. Huh? Alright. Anything else around here? Sorry, kid. I got no idea what you're talking about. Alright. No idea what you're talking about. Let's take a look at the attorney's badge. No, yeah, doesn't even know what an attorney's badge is. Alright. So, I think at this point, we're good to go back to the scene of the stand theft. June 15th. Scene of the stand theft. I see Pupper! So, what's this place? This would be Mr. Eldoon's house, Sally. Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Hey! Look, there's a police car parked over there. You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place, a hospital? There's a sign. Meritus Clinic. Oh, that's where the thief went. The thief? The one who snatched my panties. He ran into this clinic last night. Wait. Maybe that police car is here to find my panties. I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate. Ah, there you are, Sonny. Someone called Guy. Oh, there you are. Well, you find anything yet? No, not yet. The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your victory bowl gets. Just remember that. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Alright, let's talk. Actually, no. Let's examine first. We've got a pupper I want to pet. Please tell me I can pet the dog. Look, a doggy. Good boy, Salty. I'm sure the dog has a real name, Trucy. Yep, sure does. Name's Spoon. And it's a she, by the way. Spoon doesn't seem so lively. She didn't get a bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. Apollo, let's find that stand soon, for Spoon's sake. I'm pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles. I don't know if there was any implied petting or not. Hang on. This house is, well, it's old. It's been well loved, that's for sure. I've lived here with my wife for many years now. It's got character, though. Just like my soup. I always thought that character was a positive thing. We've got blanket.
that's the place, right there. That's where I kept my stand, covered all nice and pretty with that blue top there.
So you use this plastic sheet to cover your stand at night.
I see.
You see? What? Did you figure out why it was stolen? Well, no, but it does suggest that the thief knew what he or she was looking for. They clearly knew what was under that sheet.
So it wasn't one of those casual drive-by stand snatches, you mean? Not bad, sonny boy, not bad at all.
All right, we got bowl. Is this yours, Mr. Eldoon?
Hey, there's the heart and soul of Eldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles.
Wow, it does smell like noodles.
All my other bowls got taken away with my stand. Get it back for me, sonny boy. I'm begging you.
Bowl added to the court record. How do we have room for this? All right, I would like to... Oh, details. Yeah, I never actually did take a good look at any of these. Oh, we got yellow paint. No clues here? Really? Oh, hang on. There we go. Finally. Oh, the bottom is covered with paint. Huh? What's this weird shape here? It looks like a leaf was stuck to the bottom when the wearer stepped in some yellow paint. So that outline was left when the leaf was removed.
Ah, I got paint on my hand.
Apollo! I saw you try to wipe your hand on my cape. Alright, that is going to be important. Meanwhile, let's take a look at... Yeah, let's look at the details of this real quick. Again, so we have Eldoon, Mr. Wright's office. Next to the Maractus Clinic. Kentucky Mansion's over there. And of course, we got the custom-made bowl for Eldoon's... What is that? It's the Eldoon Noodles mascot. Mr. Salty, he's so cute. It's not a very endearing mascot, is it? You know, come to think of it, it looks a lot like you, Apollo, especially the red parts. Can I help it if I like red? All right, that's the inside. What does the outside look like? We got same thing. Ooh, look, I love these little personal touches. Seems a shame to hide it on the bottom of the bowl. Huh? When I touched it, the paint flaked off. He must have painted it on by hand with warm professional care. After buying the cheapest paint he could find with cold professional thrift. Humor is always on point in these games. Well, except for the whole panty thing. That's weird. Right, anything else? Save the light. There's a handwritten sign here. Save the light. Save the light indeed. Mr. Eldoon's house is practically in the dark here. I guess the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight.
Everything's gone wrong since they built this monstrosity. Broth needs suns or it rots. What's a man to do? They just want my customers to get food poisoning so they can turn a pretty profit.
That seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients. We've got water tank. It looks like the oil drum is connected to that sink over there. Collecting rainwater to do the dishes. How environmentally conscious. Or how environmentally conscious. You don't think he uses rainwater to cook his noodles and to make the broth, do you? Oh, I'm sure he finds the best water money can buy. Taste is his business, you know. Look, that sign over there. Uh-huh. Eldoon's only uses water from all natural resources. I think I'll take a rain check on eating here. No. That's quite a sign. I take it that's new as opposed to old.
Ah, you like that? Made it myself, I did. I meant to write noodles, but I ran out of space.
Prior planning prevents poor performance. Luckily for me, it spells a word all by itself. It spruces up my image, it does. It does have a certain power of willful denial thing going on. Doesn't want me to check anything up there. I still want to pet this dog. All right, we have the Maractus Clinic. That doorway sure is sparkly. The Maractus Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. It must be quite profitable. Funny, it looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today. Yeah, it's getting late for me, but I gotta keep going. I'd understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car? Maybe they're tax evaders. Ah, sorry, miss. No going in the clinic today. Did something happen? Huh? Oh, no. Nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do we look like the right age to be playing doctor? We need a little more info on this Maractus Clinic. We could ask Mr. Eldoon. He is their neighbor and all. And we should check out that garage.
What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there?
Looks like they have a special offer going on. 3 shots at the price of 1. Ooh, now is our chance, Apollo.
Chance for what? I don't need any shots, thank you.
Whoever runs this clinic, they seem pretty business-minded. Alright, does not appear to be anything else. So, let me turn the camera back on and let us talk. Or rather, let's present with...
You can tell my bulls by the Mr. Salty logo.
the mascot of Eldoon's Noodles.
They come to the stand, they sit, they drink deep from that bowl, and when they see the bottom, their face looks just like Mr. Salty's. Genius, no?
Very high concept.
You can ply a trade if you don't love the tools. Remember that.
Yes, sir. Trucy has a thing for professionals, clearly.
Sorry, sonny boy, my interest is for my stand and precious little else. Get cracking on that case. Find my stand, I'm begging you.
So, yeah, okay. Got it. Let's chit-chat first about Eldoon's Noodles. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was it?
Aye, passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of salt. Salt runs in the family, you might say.
I bet high blood pressure does too. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was stolen.
Oh, it wasn't just the stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my salt-crusted stew pot, my stained sign. I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend.
No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo. Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? Stolen stand. Are there any more details you could give me about the stand?
Bet, sonny boy, it happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m., I reckon.
Guess he's not aiming for that late-night market.
I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease. Then I went inside.
When did you notice it had been stolen?
Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early.
Do that many people eat noodles for breakfast?
I'm washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand had my whole life in it. Nay, my whole being.
They took everything?
All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams.
At least they left one bowl. Look, there, on the ground.
If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets peddling that bowl. My last bowl.
Please, I'm under enough pressure here as it is. The garage.
That's it! That's where the thief who snatched my panties ran off to. It's a crying shame, that is. If they have the steal, make it my loincloth, not some pretty girl's panties.
The garage, right. You don't think the thief lives there, do you?
Feh. I wouldn't put it past that good-for-nothing doctor.
Do I detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly. Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front.
Feh. Probably gave someone food poisoning, I'll bet.
If anyone's at risk of giving someone food poisoning...
That police car got here this morning, actually. Asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Feh. Not that I was surprised much. That doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him. Feh.
The wrong crowd?
Never you mind about that.
Okay, so we can move into the Maractus Clinic garage at this point. May as well. Oh, that's a skeleton. Kitty! Car with a missing... Oh, it's missing something.
This is the place. This is where that panty snatcher ran.
Are you sure? Maybe? Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Clues like a pair of panties. Trucy, could you try not saying panty so many times? Alright, let's do a little bit of examination. Well, clearly, there's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Namely, that. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue. What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly? A clue? Let's see. No evidence. Not that I can think of. No? Then what were you smiling about? Oh, I wasn't smiling. It was the dust in here. I thought I was going to sneeze. Achoo! Well, don't make faces that, achoo! Are so misleading then. I know yawns are contagious, but sneezes? Well, I'm sure there's gotta be a clue somewhere. Let's keep checking things out. Okay, so now I'll save this clue for a little bit later. Right now I have this. Look, a cell phone. Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure. I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here. We should bring it to him later. Cell phone, there. Found in the Maractus Clinic garage beneath the car. Who could have dropped it? And what is this in the tailpipe? That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on many years ago. Huh? Apparently there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into a tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case. Wow. I remember that case record when I'm checking out a car. And I always check the tailpipe. Everyone's got to have a hobby, I guess. Wouldn't it be funny if... Hey! There's something in there! What? Wait a second. Are these your... Ah! My panties! What? Already? Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing. No, really. Don't mention it. No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nose for finding girls' panties. Those look more like bloomers. What are those? My little panties, of course. They've come home to Mama. I can't wait to use them. You're going to put them on? Now? Watch closely now. See? Nothing in the panties. Ta-da! Whoa! Where'd that come from? How did that bowl get in your panties? My panties are in extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. Okay! I understand that this series uses a lot of bent logic, like with, like in the original trilogy, it was like psychic powers and all that, but I draw the line at extra-dimensional panties. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks. Magic panties. They love them over at the Wonder Bar. I do shows there nightly. You mean those panties are a prop? You could have told me a little sooner. Trucy's panties put discreetly away in Trucy's pocket. Well, that's one case closed at least. What are you saying? We still have to catch the sly devil that ran off with the tool of my trade. Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyway. Yeah, it has to do with this, but I don't have the right thing for it. So why don't I move back to Eldoon's house, and then we'll move to the Kataki mansion, move to the side, examine this. Yep, swap them out real quick. I think we're going to need those slippers later. Alright, meanwhile, fine, I'll take a look at the panties. Something the matter? I was just wondering if there was, like, a switch on these. Of course not! Huh, mysterious. Oh, do you want to know the secret of my panties? Don't take that out of context, she's 15 years old. No thanks. Who uses magic panties in a stage show anyways? I mean, it's a shtick, isn't it? And we have torn off the car. If we take a look at the back, yellow paint. It's cut clean off. I wonder what's in there. Don't. There are bare wires hanging out. Let's see. Zap! Eek! What? Are you okay? Just a little joke. Don't scare me like that. You mean don't shock you. Zap! Har, what a kid. Alright, so we got yellow paint on this. We also have a phone. Look at this cute little watch strap. I want one. It's kind of odd, though. What is? I mean, if you wanted to know the time, you could just look at the phone itself.
Hey, you're right. Sharp, Apollo. Thanks. Finally, some respect. So what does it tell you? Well, the owner of this phone doesn't think through the details, for one. They did drop their phone, after all. I kind of figured they were a little spacey already. Oh, good point. Anything else, like on the back side? Camera. We already saw that. All right. Meanwhile, it's time to head back to the garage. Go to Eldoon's house. We're going to move to the clinic garage. We're going to examine the car. Let's take a closer look. And now we have the evidence. Oh, all right. Show the evidence. I think I do have just the clue you've got in mind. This one. My clue is this. Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match. I guess we could check it out. Two pieces of garbage with paint on them. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go in a car? It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something or someone. Well, looks like we've just solved the case. So the car that hit Daddy last night is sitting right in front of us. Yep. Wow, you put that pro in professional, Apollo. Gee, thanks, Trucy. Apollo! Huh? What is it? Now that we've solved this case, we should go report to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him. Okay. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. And this is hardly a case worth reporting. Alright, first and foremost, kitty! Kitty! Pet kitty! Hey, a kitty cat! Here, kitty, 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 kitty. It's not coming down. We do look kind of suspicious, you have to admit. It's okay, kitty cat. His hair won't hurt you. It's okay, kitty cat. She won't make you disappear in her hat. We don't get to pet the kitty. No. Eek! Someone's there! Oh, it's just a gold-painted human skeleton. Just a human skeleton? In painted gold? There's a mannequin hand waving to us from the box behind the skeleton. This place just screams hospital storage, don't you think? It screams something, that's for sure. Alright, oh, there was something here. Look, it's a folding ladder. Polly, that's called a step ladder? Come on. Step ladder. How is it different from a regular ladder, then? It's a much more complex piece of machinery. It's like two ladders stuck together. So you admit that basically it's a ladder, right? Wait, huh? You have to look past the form at the essence of the thing. Can we talk about something else? Okay, there's that. Anything else I should look at here? No, it does not appear so. Move to Eldoon's house. Nope, nothing new there. So if you move back to the Kataki mansion, I love the dynamic they're setting up between these two. Oh, yeah. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I was just going to go here to drop something off. Little Plum's not here. She's not finished cleaning, huh? Maybe she went to go get a paint scraper. Okay, who's the wise guy who spit gum on the street? Her voice carries all the way out to the street from inside the mansion? She's a neat freak. How cute. You there. It was you, wasn't it? Fess up. Uh-oh. I hope you've said your prayers. You're gonna need them. Trucy, let's leave. Now. Huh? Oh, dear. So first and foremost, I need to examine this, and we're going to swap the evidence around. Big wastebasket by the park entrance. Huh? You aren't going to search through the trash? I don't think we need to. Oh, no, please, knock yourself out. Don't mind me. I'll be waiting for you over here. Just so we're clear, searching through the trash isn't a hobby of mine, okay? So they won't let me do that. It looks like that woman's still causing trouble. Look, no one goes in. That means you. Oh, what's the difference? Let me go. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Sorry. That's it. I'm suing. But I might change my mind for $5. What is she, some kind of con artist? They're not letting anyone into the crime scene. The guard at the entrance is humming a song. He's got rhythm, actually. Maybe he plays in a band. Alright. Well, it looks like we don't have anything else
But to head back to Daddy's place at the Write Anything Agency? Oh, hang on. So this is the hint system in the game. Panty Snatcher. What, you want to see them again? Well, if you must. No, I'm fine, really. Let's just put them away, shall we? Case closed. What are you talking about? The case isn't closed until we have our thief. Just find him on the side while you work on the other cases. If it were that easy, we wouldn't need the police. If you don't need the police, then we don't need defense attorneys either, right? Fine, I'll look for your panty snatcher. Alright, so any leads? This will basically tell us where we go next, and I think it's to go see your dad. Well, do we have any leads? One moment. Alakazam! Alakazing! Whoa, where'd all this evidence come from? So what happens next? That's it. Pretty neat, huh? Yeah, neat. So much for that. Hickfield Clinic, here we go. June 15th, Hickfield Clinic. Yo, how goes it? Daddy, how did you feel? Not bad, Trucy, not bad. It's good to have you youngins on the case. Let's old Daddy get some well-deserved R&R. The elderly need their rest. Isn't he only 33? Yeah, I'm 36. Can we not call people in their 30s super old? Please? I don't want to risk. I don't want to face my mortality this soon. We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent, capable. Tell me what you found out if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. All right, let's chit-chat. Progress report. Well, I certainly didn't expect you back this early. Polly's amazing! He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them. You have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave me that 30-foot toss? Apparently, it was a doctor from the Maractus Clinic. Maractus, huh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic. Maybe something happened. What is this Maractus Clinic, anyway? All I've heard about are the rumors. That clinic's been making good money in a bad way. Bad? Ties to organized crime, the Kentucky family. The Kentucky family? He did that on purpose. Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see? They use the Maractus Clinic for their patch-up jobs. Interesting. People Park. It looked like something had happened in that park. Ah, a body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not our concern in any case. Right! Let's ignore that and find that noodle stand. Whatever happened to professional courtesy? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action would do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid. We solved the case of your accident and, found a missing article of clothing. My panties! That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quid pro quo. Hello, pro bono. See, the joke here is that in Latin... No, never mind, I'm not explaining it. Right, back to the office to plan our next move. Okay. Back to the agency. June 15th. Write Anything Agency. Oh, hey, you. You're the woman from the Kentucky place. Yes. I knew it. Something's the matter, and you want our help, right? Well, Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please. Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. I have a request. Okay. Your request. Your request? Let me guess. Something's been stolen. Your flyer. It says now defending, so I thought... What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you could tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties? No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my fiancé, I suppose you'd call him. Fiancé? What happened to him then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder. Murder? Have you heard about what happened at the park? What's your story first? So what's your story? You frequent the Kitaki Mansion, yes? Are you a member of their, organization? No, not yet. Not yet? You see, I'm to be married next month to the boss's son. The boss's son, so he's a gangster. Yes, but the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live the good gangster life. I think you're onto something. Mrs. Kitaki, I like the sound of that. I'm not sure your daddy would care much for that. But murder in the park. What happened? I haven't been told all the details, but I do know a body was found in the park, near the Kitaki Mansion. There were a lot of police cars there. Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol, but I heard the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual, and your fiancé was arrested for this. What sort of person is your fiancé? Your fiancé is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name's Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo. Okay, that's the Blue Badger. Well, that's quite the photo. I know. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute. But if he's the boss's only son, yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday. Say, I'm a boss already of this agency. Please help my Waki. Please. Right. My first solo defense case. Crime boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those. Letter of request added to the court record. Right. Let's go check out the scene of the crime. All right. Let me take a look at that real quick. Oh. Why does this envelope say hit request? It's a bit of a lingo, like calling a hit or a hitman. Ooh, you mean gangster talk. So does hit mean to defend in gangsterese? Well, hitman? I certainly hope not. Something tells me she used the wrong envelope. Oh boy. Oh, we are gonna get into a lot of trouble. We need to move to the detention center. June 15th, detention center, visitor's room. Polly, you look as happy as a clam in its shell. For a lawyer, this is it, the place where the battle begins. You need something? Ah, yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Waki Kitaki. Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Could take a while. Drat. Oh well, guess I'll have to come back later then. So much for the battle. Alright, fair. Oh, that's new. Kitaki Mansion, June 15th. So this is it. My first murder crime scene. Ah, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play? We're not playing. We're, investigating. Aren't we, Apollo? Sir, I have a letter of request here. That just so happens to hit request on one side. Letter of... Huh? Why does it say hit request on it? Miss Tiali must have used a Kitaki stationery. Excuse me, coming through. Ah, it's you, Mr. Gab. Wait. Wait, hold up. How's he out of prison already? Who's this guy? I must say I'm used to being inspected by the ladies, but this is the first time I felt this way with a man. Mr. Gavin? Ah, Fraulein. What is a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place? Can I help? Yes? The policeman officer fellow here won't let us in. We even have a letter of request. You must be exhausted standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime. Ooh, really? By your leave, officer. Yeah, yes, sir. Of course, sir. Very well. This way, Fraulein. Whee! Hey, what about me? June 15th, People Park. Well, look what it is. On that note, enjoy your investigation. Thank you. We will see you again Ask the wind, Fraulein. I'll be riding on it. Who was that? Eek! Apollo, look, a corpse. What? Hey, it's just a mannequin. Wow, sure got me. Might I ask exactly what it is you're doing here? Hey, Sky! Oh, it's you. How did you kids get in here? Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in. Him again? That glimmerous fop always getting in my way. Anyway, this seat is off limits. Excuse me? We have a letter of request. One moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? And... I'd recognize that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Tiala. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So, what's up with the mannequin there? It's taken the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. The body was pulling the stand? So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky, I'm in charge of this crime scene. She doesn't seem that happy about it. She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way. I always carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case. Alright, hang on. Let's do a little bit of examination here. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Investigations are to be carried out by professionals scientifically. She's not going to let us check out the crime scene, is she? Hey, Apollo? My very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious. I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. I better check out what we came here to find, at least. Okay, fine. Here's the cart. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Apollo! Look! That stand! It says Eldoon. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand, at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. Alright, I'm not allowed to look at the crime scene. Okay. Well, let's chit-chat, Emma Sky. The case. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. Jeez. Munch, 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 munch. Munch, 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 munch. Munch, 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 munch. We're not making much progress here. She must not be very busy. I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. He? Who's he, an ex-defense attorney? Your story. Detective Sky? Quiet, please. It's snack time. Again. Alright. Alright, so I am going to court record, present her with this. Unless I'm not allowed to present her with that. I'm not allowed to present anything to her, am I? Oh, no, I gotta do it from this menu. Right. I can't! Okay. Yeah, this is not getting anywhere. Okay, I had to check. Alright, well, it's good to see that she's grown up all nice and big. But now we need to head back to the Eldoon mansion. Eldoon's house. Tell him that, yo, we found your card. It's a part of a crime scene. June 15th. Eldoon's house. I keep forgetting to turn my camera back on. Then again, it's also like 10:30 at night. Mr. Eldoon! Hello? Looks like he left. And we found his stand and everything. What about our free bowl? Oh, too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. So sorry. Aw, what a bummer. At this point, let's head back to Write Anything Agency here. Then we're going to move back to the detention center. See if... Nope.
Nope. Alright. So this is one thing that I believe the great Ace Detective does so much better. During the exploration world, it will tell you whether or not you are done with a particular area, so you're not running around all over the place trying to find something. Oh, present this. If you could spare a moment to take a look at this. Can't you see that I am extremely, extremely busy? Eating snacks, yes. Busy eating snacks, I'd say. This is going nowhere fast. This? Alright. Not really allowed to look at any of this yet, although, hang on a second. There are leaves down here. I do want to grab those slippers again. If I can grab those slippers again. It doesn't look like I'm able to grab those slippers again. Let me just double check. Unless an impressive gate befitting the Kitaki mansion. Look at that nameplate, Kitaki. That's so cool, short and blunt like any good gangster. Ooh, let's change our name. How about waaaay? That, hang on. My screen just flickered on me for some reason. I don't know why it did that. I think my game crashed. My game straight up crashed. That's a shame. Come on. Is it? Yeah. That's weird. Okay. One moment. Let me just, hang on. Exit. I know it auto-saved at some point. Where did it auto-save? Hold on. Hold on. Full screen projector. We are suffering technical difficulties. Please stand by. All right, there's that. So it should be screen. Okay, Y is capture display. Uh-oh. Boy, I just love it when things go weird. All right, so display capture properties. Primary monitor. Okay. Yep. And then minimize that. Should be back to where it was. Okay. I'm going to do something very silly. Bring this over to here. Why is it not working the way it's supposed to be working? Capture method. What? No. Right. RSTR. Okay. Huh. That's weird. Why is it not wanting to work the way it's supposed to? All right, plan B. I have another one I can try and grab. Capture specific window. No, not ukulele. This one. Okay. Is that going to work? Why isn't it working the way it's supposed to be? All right, fine. I'll close OBS there. Hey, look, it's my Tetris background. I love it when things crash on me for no good reason. Okay. So that is being seen. And then capture display. Full screen. There we go. All right. Back to the way things should be working. Ideally. Load game. So this was made at 10:36:12, which was about 4 minutes ago. Not making much progress here. Alright, so from here, if I go back, move to the Kitaki Mansion. Back to examining this. Hopefully it doesn't crash again. Impressive gate befitting the Kitaki Mansion. Look at the nameplate, Kitaki. That's so cool, short and blunt like any good gangster. Ooh, let's change our name. How about waaaay? Maybe that's too short and blunt. What do you think? No comment. Alright. Should be good there.
There's another circle, though. Several colors of paint have been splashed across the gate. It's almost all dry. This is going to be tough to clean. Alright, looks like we're, back to the... That's weird. OBS, when it crashes like that, it shouldn't, just show a black screen, but... A colorful dragon turns its baleful gaze in my direction, as if to say, abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Don't worry, Mr. Dragon. Me and Hope haven't been on speaking terms for a while. Yep, it is working out. Love fixing things on the fly, right? Okay, I am not seeing anything else that's here. Nothing there. If I move back to Eldun's house, this is where we're like, hey, yo, is he here? Mr. Eldun, hello. Looks like he left, and we found his stand and everything. What about our free bowl? Oh, too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little bit longer for that bowl. So sorry. What a bummer. Okay. From here, if I head back to Phoenix Wright at the Hickfield Clinic. Here we go. Here we go. Ah, you're back. Running some problems? Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something? Who? Me? No, I'm fine, really. What's this? So there is a problem. No, no problem. Actually, I got a defense request. A defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore. The request was from me. Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you? He's doing that on purpose. I know it. Murder. So what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually. Guess what? We found Mr. Eldun's noodle stand at the scene of the crime. Did you now? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was? That's funny. Detective lady won't let us on the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyways? A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. Know her? You could say that. The Sky Connection. I know it. Audience knows it, but let's hear it from him. So you know her, do you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That would make her about the same age as me. That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh, wait. Maybe you know that other guy, too. That other guy? That shining prince on the motorcycle. Prince? Mysterious prince. Apollo, tell me about this Prince of Trucies. Indulge the concerned father. He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he now? You know him? My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother. His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin, rock and roll god incarnate. Clavier, what a lovely name. He's so dreamy. I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother. And what was he doing out there? I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon. Now, what was the problem again? Having trouble investigating the crime scene in the park? Yeah, that detective woman won't let us. Go to the office. Under the silk top hat, you will find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to the detective. White powder? I hope it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. It'll be fine. You'll see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. Okay. Let's talk about that case. I think we should focus on finding more information about the case. You seem to be having fun. Of course. This is my first criminal investigation. And it's so mysterious. A noodle stand pushing a dead man along. I think it was the other way around. The dead man was pulling the stand. But you're right about it being mysterious. I knew it. More information. That's what we need. Alright, so we need to examine the top hat, right? So this must be the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look. Huh? Whoa! You know what this is, Trucy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me. This is getting more and more suspicious.
White powder placed gingerly into pocket. Let's go talk to that detective. She's sure to know what that white powder is. Alright, let's take a good examination at it. The bottle has a label on it. Can you read it? Not a word. I'm not sure I speak whatever language this is written in. That's too bad. I guess we're stuck with this mysterious bottle of white powder. Making sure there's nothing else. Doesn't look like it. Alright, let's go talk to Sky! Need to go here. And then we move to here. And present the white powder. Does this ring any bells? Ah! Is that? It couldn't. Where did you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Wright & Company law offices? Yes? Yeah. Sort of. Detective Sky, how did you know my daddy? Daddy? I'm sorry, who did you say you were? Tracy Wright, Phoenix Wright's daughter. What? Mr. Wright has a daughter? You seem shocked. Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice, then I'm available to help you in any way I can. Of course she'd be shocked, right? A 33-year-old having a 15-year-old daughter? Do the math in your head. That's like, ugh. Oh, thanks. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice. This powder is used for detecting fingerprints. Fingerprints. I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know. Well, dust for prints. Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. Present. Sorry, I don't think I can help you with that. I think you need more than just scientific help. But ask me anything you like. Just ask scientifically. How about my badge? Ah, an attorney's badge. It reminds me of when Mr. Wright was still defending. Everything I have now is thanks to him. Remember, help as many people as you can. That's your job. She's right, Polly. Let's make a difference. Is something wrong? No, nothing. I actually felt inspired for a moment there. Alright, I don't think she's going to have anything to say on any of this. Yeah, she doesn't want to touch the bloomers. Alright, let's examine the noodle stand. And this is Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand, obviously. It does say Eldoon in big letters, doesn't it? And that mark on his paper lantern there looks very familiar. It's going to be a little weird telling him, what with the corpse and all. Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases. That's right! Congratulations, Apollo! It leaves us with one case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. This mannequin, oh wow. This mannequin is dressed up to look like a police officer. I've seen one at the station. A mannequin in place of a body. The body of the victim has already been removed. Do you think the victim was the noodle stand thief? What, do you think something killed him because he stole it? Yeah! Taking care of business, Little Plum Kitaki style. Try not to sound too eager about that, please. Alright, oh, and there is a trash can. There's gotta be a good clue or two around here. You and your trash cans, go ahead, knock yourself out. Please, can you see I'm doing my... Huh? Look! Another pair of underwear. Wow, Apollo, you're a genius at finding panties. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... They're not mine. Could these have been stolen too? Bloomers added to the court record. Alright, let's just take a close look at them. Just because... in case of something. Oh, no. They do not give up on this gag. No, they don't. These bloomers sure have a distinct design. You certainly know who they belong to at a glance. That way, she doesn't have to write her name on them. Genius. I would think writing your name would be easier than drawing a plum blossom. Oh, boy. Alright. Anything else? Oh. Blue tarps have been placed on the ground around the stand. Apollo! I bet the victim was going to have a picnic here. I guess he could have eaten all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those. Those are preserving the crime scene. Oh, I guess the police put these tarps here after all. Oh. I probably should have noticed the knife that was sticking in the ground. It's a knife. A shiv, to be precise. Ooh, lingo. The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of known gangsters. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, but wasn't the murder weapon a pistol? Huh, look at this. There's a handprint on this shiv. Handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint. Let's investigate. Oh, yeah. Right, first choose the fingerprint you want to examine. Choose a fingerprint? Look closely at the handle. Yeah, I think I know which one I... See, there's more than one fingerprint there. Those black spots? That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. I would like to examine this one. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the print. With a press of A, like this, see? The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on. And blow it off. Blow? It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just use Y, and... Wow, amazing. It's like magic. Isn't it, though? So yeah, the DS had a microphone in it, and this is like the functionality of it. Right, let's give this a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder. Dust, 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 dust. So yeah, it's kind of a shame that even though I do have a microphone hooked up, it's not, they didn't quite program that in. All right. Yeah, this is definitely looking like a man eating a sandwich in the right room. Where's the sandwich? The man already ate it. Where's the man? He's not going to stay there if he already ate the sandwich. Good. Clear. Quite impressive. Next, to match the print. The police office has samples so you can tell whose fingerprint this belongs to. That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the print. Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. I think Waki Kitaki. Yeah, it sure looks like it. Analyze. Match found. So the fingerprints do belong to the defendant. Yes, isn't it amazing? Ah, the power of science. It's my life. Apollo, she's sparkling. And I'm dimming. Look sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come. Chin up, Polly. The trial hasn't even started. I'm already losing. Knife added to the court record. Also known as a shiv, found at the crime scene bearing Waki's prints. The case. The report came in late last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except it was a real body. But why? Why was the body pulling a noodle stand? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol. A pistol? Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Pal Maractus. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Maractus autopsy report. Time of death, June 14th after 10 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet to the right temple. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me. Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from. A likely story. I didn't came here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. The noodle stand's owner is... Guy Eldoon. Who's the old guy? This is the proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself. He's famous in this part of town. Not bad, I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work, thanks. Noodle stand added to the court record. Mr. Eldoon's noodle stand. Victim died pulling it. What sort of person was the victim anyway? You mean what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. Who? Me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist. Ooh, were you studying abroad? Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. But when I got back here, they threw me in criminal affairs just like that.
Why didn't you just become a forensic expert in Europe? Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Wasn't she in high school when she left? What? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them. Really? I had no idea. She's been out of the country for a while. She probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. The defendant. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes? Waka Kitaki. I don't know if he is the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Violently, in the detention center. I see. Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? Oh. Wow, it's getting late. You're not his by any chance. Actually, yes, I am. Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime. Huh? The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow. What? The victim. Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently, he's a physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic. Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there. What? You've been to the clinic? Yeah, though on a related issue. I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle stand. I see. So that means Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here. That would seem to be the case. But why? Don't ask me. So, have you met the defendant? No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good it will do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. Have I mentioned I've got a bad feeling about this? Don't worry, it's like a right tradition. Some traditions I can live without. Alright, quick. We need to move back to the detention center. From here, we go to right agency, anything agency. And then from here, we move to the detention center. June 15th, detention center. Visitor's room. I'm sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes! I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in the private room with them. The father? You mean like a priest? I mean the suspect's father, Miss Winfred Big Wins Kitaki himself. Not someone I care to meet. Die, you! You're the one on your way out, old... Ah, they're here. Whoa, this guy radiates power. That is, does he have his eyes closed? And what's with the fox apron? That is, a look. Power with a cute apron? Yuwaki's lawyer. Yes, sir. Well, I'm Big Wins Kitaki, 4th head of the Kitaki family. Capiche? Actually, I came to speak to your son. Mr. Justice. Yes? My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche? Yes! I'm all about capiching. Capiche loud and clear. You gotta do more than just understand the making. You'll learn, though. Even if the lesson comes at the end of your short life. I don't feel so good. What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more, not now. You know, I wanted to go to the clink. I like it here. You must be Waki. A G's not a G till he's done hot time. Bizoy. Oh, God, he's Gen Z. You'll see, when I get out of here, things will change. Silence. My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy. Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Ha! You can't take me out of your wing this time, old man. You heard me. I don't need no trial. I did it. I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow. So much for talking to our client. But we made so much progress today.
We even found my panties. I had fun at least.
Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains. How am I supposed to build a case for the trial?
Oh, almost forgot. It's time for my show.
Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar.
You should come check it out.
To be continued. Goodness, this has been a lot of fun. It is 11 o'clock. I need to be going to bed. So, all right. That is going to do it for my stream tonight. Thank you so much, everybody who stopped by and watched. Tomorrow's stream is going to be Final Fantasy XIV, starting at about 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I am going to be part of a Lalafell parade that evening. And yes, I am pulling out the Lala alts. We're going to have some fun. It's going to be like an hour of marching plus an hour beforehand of other stuff. And afterwards, we'll just screw around and do other stuff, right? So, thank you, everybody, for stopping by and for watching the VODs. And until next time, everybody, take care.